All right, good evening, everybody. I've got, oh dear, just need a minute here to adjust the mic. So I'm starting a little later than I'd planned. I had to do the dentist today and then catch up with what I missed as a result, but I think we're in decent shape tonight. Let's see here. Okay. I'm just noticing there's a few new options on the Twitch panel that I wanted to make sure is... Yeah, looks like we're fine. All right, let's jump into Rogue Trader. I'll give it maybe a minute just to let everybody get in. I wish I got a little more done at work, but I mean, like, I already had the time off for the dentist, so I think feeling bad about that is maybe me giving more to the job than it really has deserved. I mean, since April, it's been really bad. But hopefully a month and a half from now, this will get sorted. I also don't want to start off on a negative. I tried to watch, I think one of the reasons why I'm late, I tried to watch Mulholland Drive, it's been a little while since I've seen it. Definitely very good. I remember, I think that is one I've actually liked since I first saw it, which is not always true for all of the David Lynch films that I've seen. I think I've told the story about liking Blue Velvet, and then watching it. Actually, I saw it on the big screen that time, and not really feeling into it. In fact, wondering what I ever saw in it before, and then watching it again and wondering what the hell was wrong with me that previous time. And it's funny, I do sometimes wonder if my reaction... Sorry, I don't know why I'm talking about David Lynch on Rogue Trader, but this is just my chance to warm up and say hi to everybody. I am wondering if the first time I saw it, actually, there's one other thing I need to double check on my stream. I wish it wouldn't go silent in the back. Yeah, that's what I thought. There we go. I do sometimes wonder if a little bit of my first Lynch viewing, I don't want to say was fully putting on airs, but I did... I mean, at some point, I made the choice to watch it, right? And I made the choice after seeing, my first... I'm actually trying to remember what my first David Lynch movie was. It definitely wasn't Lost Highway, and I don't think it was The Elephant Man. Actually, it might have been Twin Peaks now that I think of it. That's a good place to start. But anyways, I wonder if there was a side of me, particularly because this is when I'm still in, I'm pretty sure I'm in middle school at the time that I'm watching my first David Lynch stuff. I do sort of wonder if there was a side of me that sort of felt that, having gotten on the bus and recognizing that people recognized him as a talent, that maybe there was a side of me that felt, you have to highly regard, the absolute cinema or whatever. But the funny thing is, I riff on that meme because I do have, I don't know, heretical opinions on Martin Scorsese. I don't want to be like contrarian about it. I think the fact of the matter is pretty much any Hollywood director that you're talking about is someone, with talent. Like at the very least, take an average member of the population. Anyone who winds up helming a Hollywood film is very likely going to be doing better than them. But like there are some that I really don't care. Like Brett Ratner. I mean, I guess Rush Hour is like, yeah, that's good. But I don't know, like one of the most interesting cases for me is to compare Red Dragon to Manhunter. I think Brian Cox is a highly underrated Hannibal Lecter. If you haven't seen it, by the way, do compare Brian Cox's sequence where he's speaking in the prison and the one in Red Dragon, and it, you know, I do like Anthony Hopkins' portrayal of Hannibal Lecter, but it really does feel like he's chewing the scenery in that one. Like and it's one of those cases where I wonder, is this a case where you don't have like Jonathan Demme or Ridley Scott, you know, making sure the performance is what the film needs? And in the case of Red Dragon, it's just like, you know, we've got a brand now. We're going to give the audience what they want. And to me, I think that is an indicator in terms of quality of direction. This is also true. I mean, I've never worked in the rarefied air of like the sort of stuff that, you know, people are going to have a high regard for, but I've definitely seen more. In fact, most directors, I would argue, that I've seen, and this would more be in television, I think a lot of them deep down want to be glorified cinematographers. I think they'll spend a lot of time with the director of photography talking about the visuals, which obviously is important. And the actors are just kind of left on their own, right? They kind of have to direct themselves. I've actually seen cases where there have been what I would consider to be quite good performances, and the actor's actually been directed towards hamming it up a little bit. And the thing that's funny is that if that episode or that film isn't good, you know, you're going to talk about what a bad actor so-and-so is. You're not going to talk about the fact that the director specifically guided that performance to, you know, to that place. So I have to imagine, like, acting is tough. I think everybody kind of acknowledges that. But I think it's tough. One of the things that I think is difficult and unappreciated is that it strikes me as the role on the set with the fewest sort of checks. What I mean by that is that, you know, you'll have a few steps along the way to make sure there's quality control. So like you can have a hack director, and especially if you're working on a television show, like the one who's really responsible for the visual continuity will very often be the director of photography, or sometimes there's two directors of photography. I think I notice on the HBO stuff there's usually like a stable of DOPs, but that's a different type. Well, okay, I mean there's more of that type of filmmaking now, but like, you know, that's exceptional in my opinion. So, you know, you have different directors for different episodes, but, you know, usually it'll be a tight list for director of photography, and they are kind of ensuring this continuity across episodes so that, you know, the director doesn't really like put their stamp on the series and it looks weird. Because if you get a bunch of directors that do that, then it's you know, it's a crappy anthology show basically. So, you know, you've got a hack director could potentially be defended by a director of photography in a few ways, which is number one, you know, visually, they're just going to make sure, like, a lot of bad movies don't look bad, right? The story might suck. Hello, Vanguard Master. Thank you. I always kind of say, like, I obviously let people know about the birthday, but it's always like, I don't want to focus on it too much just because, like, I'm not 7, so I don't need, like, it doesn't need to be a day dedicated towards me, but it's nice to mark the occasion, so I hope you're doing well. But yeah, so, you know, the story may be weak, the performances may be flat, but very often it's going to be nice to look at. I think this was Robert McKee. Anyways, there was like the like devastating thing that a writer can hear is like, it was beautifully photographed. It's like, you know, that's not why we go to the movies. No. Go nuts. I will gladly accept the mariachi band. Then I'll ask you how you got my address. um, but and then likewise, a good director of photography is going to ensure. I've actually seen this with my own eyes. A good director of photography is also going to ensure proper coverage of a scene. So, some shows, have these nice set piece moments where like everything's one long take. In fact, a show that's really good for like one take sequences is an Amazon Prime series called Patriot. If you like Coen Brothers movies, I highly recommend you check out Patriot. I quite like it, but it's a bit of an acquired taste if you need things to sort of move quickly. But that's a very unique thing that some shows will do. That's a very particular artistic choice, and everybody's kind of signed up to do that. But then again, you can have like a hack director, and they're not going to ensure sort of enough angles of the scene that you can edit around some of the inconveniences or maybe some of the performances that aren't so good. So what you'll do is, at the I think most people kind of know now that if you want like the safest scene, you're not going to like win an Emmy or an Oscar doing this. One wide shot, let's just say it's dialogue between two characters, one wide shot, one character's on the left, one character's on the right. So you can almost sort of see you've got an eye line between the two of them, and you place the camera perpendicular to that eye line, and that would be what you start off with. That's your wide shot. And then sort of move the camera sort of to the 45 degree. You can almost imagine splitting the camera into two, or like clones, and then you sort of move the halfway point between. So imagine a half circle, semicircle, forming, with sort of the where the camera would be in that wide shot. So move around the semicircle, and sort of on that halfway point, 45 degree angle, you've got sort of medium shots of the two characters, and then move along the semicircle, basically over the shoulder, right over the eye line for your close-ups. And that is a very, very safe way to shoot a dialogue scene. And if you have that, and you have a few takes of that, you can generally edit your way out of any problem. Obviously, having a good editor is also an opportunity for that. And again, we don't like go to the movies. We don't put down our money to see that sort of cookie cutter approach. I'm not going to suggest that you abandon it just to show off how creative you are, but just in terms of like, maximum flexibility, that is a staple for a reason. And if you think about that, right? So you've got, sorry, I'm being mean to directors. They deserve it. So you got a director of photography who, if they're worth their salt, it's a TV show, will sort of protect the series from the excesses of directors who maybe aren't taking their craft as seriously as they should. You'll have editors to help out with that. There's a number of different factors that can go into making sure that the finished product is largely protected from a single point of failure. If you think of like air traffic control, it's that Swiss cheese approach, right? Where any individual layer can fail, but you only wind up with a tragedy if the holes between the layers line up. And the more I've witnessed and the more I've reflected on it, the more I actually think that largely is not true for acting. Again, some of it can be saved in the editing bay, but again, that's sort of relying on coverage, that's relying on consistency of performance, and most importantly, an actor will have an idea of their character and what they want to do with it. But really, one of the things the director should be doing is considering what the assembly of pieces, during production, when you're shooting things out of sequence and all of that, ideally they are the one with some idea of what this all looks like in the finished project. So there's that story from Bill Fraker with Roman Polanski demanding that the neighbor on the phone be framed, like, blocked by the doorway. And, you know, he's going to do what he's told, but it's not how you'd normally shoot something like that. And then you go into the theaters and you see everybody in the theater, like, trying to lean around the doorway. You know, that's an example of the sort of thing that a director should be providing, and potentially providing above what the you know, the individual talent on a show will have. So anyways, that's a really, really long way of me saying that very often the things that I criticize, I actually don't know what went behind it, and so I sometimes want to be a little more gracious in some cases. You know, I don't know, if I'm going to turn around and say Anthony Hopkins isn't a good actor, that says more about me than Anthony Hopkins, right? But I would say I would say even with the character that he is portraying in Red Dragon, I believe there have been better versions of those kinds of scenes, both from that actor and another actor. And that strikes me as the sort of thing that is a product of a director not doing their job, as opposed to the actor, you know, blowing it. But you already know I'm kind of biased towards it. But yeah, anyway, so all of this was going to come back to David Lynch. We're about 15 minutes in, so this is a good time to actually jump into the game. But I will just close the thread that I had before. So the one thing I will say that I'll try to forgive myself for on the I'll try to say that it was a genuine enjoyment of Blue Velvet. One of my heretical beliefs is actually that, and I want to be kind of careful how I say this. I'll say this in what will seem like a provocative way, and then unpack the nuance. If I am honest with myself, I would say that Martin Scorsese is an overrated director. That does not mean that he is a bad director. I do in fact like some of his films. I will say, however, that relative to the reputation, which is considerable, I'm not entirely sure the films back it up. And again, there's some truly excellent ones. So, you know, do we focus just on the great ones, or do we focus on the overall list? And, you know, it's actually weird. This is one where I have sort of an inconsistent set of opinions, because one might say the same thing about Ridley Scott. And, you know, I don't necessarily like every Ridley Scott film that I've seen, but I generally think the criticism of him is overstated. And I do think, like, an Alien and a Blade Runner and a Gladiator are, you know... And yeah, I do... By the way, I realize this may not... I mean, this may just indicate poor taste on my part, but I do actually include Gladiator among those other ones. I don't think it's just, like, your dad's favorite movie kind of, you know, enjoy. I think there is, like, some genuinely good filmmaking in there that maybe is overlooked because of the... Like, I think everybody thinks it's a good movie, but I feel like I feel like maybe it doesn't get enough credit for, I think, some of the interesting things that story in that film is doing. Now, with that in mind, by the way, like, my favorite filmmaker remains Stanley Kubrick. So, you know, and I like Winterlight, which is Ingmar Bergman, is like one of my favorite movies. So if I want, like, I can keep my credit. In fact, if you want to know my favorite short films, my favorite short film is probably 2187 by Arthur Lipset. And for those of you that haven't seen it, check it out. So, you know, I can play the film snob card as well as the next. But yeah, so the thing is that I think if I felt beholden to the idea of saying, you know, the works of the widely accepted to be good filmmakers are, you know, sacrosanct, then I probably wouldn't have had the opinions that I do of Scorsese, which, again, I will note, good director. I don't think he'll lose any sleep over the fact that maybe I think the reputation exceeds the output, but it's one where I've felt that I've been able to be honest with myself enough that I say, this isn't working for me. And as I learned with Blue Velvet, sometimes that can be the path to really appreciating something when you're ready for it. So maybe I'll finally learn what people see in Goodfellas. And the funny thing is, one of the reasons why I'm mentioning all of this is that I'm not one of the film snobs who wants to hate on Christopher Nolan. I have actually really liked a lot of the movies of his that I've seen. I do actually have some notable gaps. So, like, I've seen Dunkirk. I am one of the perverts who likes Tenet. I actually don't know why people don't like that movie. I liked it quite a bit. But I haven't seen Interstellar. I do own it now, so I'll probably give that a watch soon. And the Batman movies are fine. Like, I thought Dark Knight was really good. I remember liking Batman Begins when it came out. The only thing is that that's another one where I feel that the reputation exceeds the well, I was just going to bring it up. The only thing is that I feel that the reputation of the Batman movies have exceeded their merits. They're very good movies. I'll even say too, like, The Dark Knight Rises has got an amazing opening. I think the rest of it, I think maybe I probably prefer The Dark Knight a little bit more. But, the thing is that people treat the Batman movies like they're, Ingmar Bergman's The Dark Knight, and they're not. Like, they're fine. They're good flicks, but, like, he's done better stuff. Like, I wouldn't put The Dark Knight in the same category as Oppenheimer, right? Like, the Oppenheimer, I was inconsolable at the end of it. I look, what is the bath? I'm a tall, skinny guy. And I looked about as haggard as Cillian Murphy at the end of that when I saw that in theaters. But I also feel I really like the movie Amadeus, and I feel that Oppenheimer takes a lot of good lessons from Amadeus and makes them its own. So I know there is a certain type of movie buff which sort of, like, rolls their eyes, or they ask him about Christopher Nolan's like, he's fine. It's like, no, he is a really good filmmaker. He's also, undeniably a massively successful filmmaker at a time when it is hard to get people to go to the theater. And I think there does need to be some acknowledgement of that too. But I'm really mixed on whether or not I want to see The Odyssey, because the Metacritic is very high. And I like classics, right? I like I mean, in fairness, like, I like Ovid more. I've read Homer, but, like, I think Ovid is where my heart really is. Not that you have to have a I mean, the more classics, the better. Although I also really like Sophocles, and I feel like Sophocles also makes fewer demands on your time to read. But the thing is that, despite the high Metacritic, there are two sources whose taste I actually rate fairly highly, both of which have been quite critical of The Odyssey. So The Economist gave, I felt, a devastating review of The Odyssey. It was really polite about it, but I read that, and it was like, if I made this movie, I don't think I would ever forgive The Economist. And Henry Oliver, who does what is the call? I think his Substack's called The Common Reader. And he gave a much more blunt review of The Odyssey, and it's not the sort of criticism you would expect from the more sort of academic ones. I think both of them acknowledge that adaptation allows, like, the seed of the criticism is not what they changed. I think The Economist is very interesting because it talks about what changed as a reflection of modern preoccupations, which I think is an interesting one. But yeah, it's interesting. The consensus seems to be that it is a very good film. And the two signals that I think are people with taste who I should, at the very least, should listen to, those have actually been quite critical. So I wasn't planning on watching it right away anyway. There is a side of me that would like to see it in IMAX just because, you know, it's... watching it on however big of a screen, you know, is not going to be the same as seeing it in IMAX. But I'm not rushing to go see it. So if any of you do see it, I would be interested in hearing your perspective, positive or negative. I'm going to finish my coffee. I'm also going to get some water, and then we will jump into the game. Thank you for the extended time with my rants on films. I didn't even really get to the substance of what I wanted to say about David Lynch. But good filmmaker. Mulholland Drive is a really, really good movie. It's ever since I learned that it was supposed to be potentially a TV show as well, I've always wondered. I think I have an idea of what's being set up in some of the scenes as far as TV goes. But the thing that's funny is that I don't particularly care for the movie version of... So I like Twin Peaks Fire Walk with Me, but there's a version of the Twin Peaks pilot which basically gets the Mulholland Drive treatment, that like if this thing doesn't get picked up as a show, we can still turn this into a self-contained feature. And I'm not entirely sure I like that. Maybe I should watch it again, but I think Twin Peaks the show is much better. So Mulholland Drive is really great, but it does make me wonder if that had been picked up as a series, would I see the filmed version or the motion picture version, would I see that as inferior if there was a larger canvas on which to tell that story? So anyways, I will be back in just a minute. All right. I apologize for the extended rant. I know some people come for the rants, but it's nice if there's at least a gesture towards gameplay before... before I go into the rants. All right. The insurgents walked in a crowd right across the mine barriers, seemingly oblivious to the fear of death.
I'll lay claim to the stars.
Change is coming. The edge is nigh.
The blinded ones are harmless. No sense in shooting them and drawing attention.
Fire on the nearest target! Don't kill the tech priest! We need to take him alive!
Find it, and let their enemies wait not.
Pull back!
May knowledge be thy fate. Let the cycle be discontinued.
Nice robes. Maybe he's the Rouge trader. The man dressed in crimson should not have survived an explosion like that. However, he is alive. You hear the wheezing of the respirator that covers half his face.
Not another step.
A trill comes from the folds of the partially smoldering crimson raiment. It is Binaric speech, the sacred language of the Adeptus Mechanicus. The binaric hymn transforms into a Vox-synthesized voice that sounds like thunder rolling over a vast plain.
Flee, for I am death.
His gaunt hand raises to stop you, and immediately your Vox howls in pain and your machine equipment starts crackling. The tech priest's blazing power axe disgorges a cloud of righteous sparks, and his visor glows menacingly in blue and green.
By the throat! What is that servant of the Omnissiah made of? Adamantine? Ah, placid.
Abelard clutches his head as his ocular implant is racked with a wave of interference. I am rogue trader Constantinos von Valancius. I mean you no ill.
I identify you as a member of a high stratum belonging to Rogue Trader House von Valancius. I am detecting no need for confrontation.
The tech priest's visor focuses on your attire and examines the symbols on it.
The convoy received an order to meet you. It is no longer functional. Therefore, I propose that we continue to advance to the rendezvous point with the governor's soldiers.
The menacing blue-green glow fades in the tech priest's gaze. He lowers his arm and your equipment ceases to malfunction. The tech priest stares resolutely forward, his mechadendrite tentacles rising gracefully around his hunched figure, which is illuminated by the flames of the smoldering remains of the machine. If you can just give me 1 second here, I need to wipe my glasses. Who are you?
I identify as Magus Pascal Hanema of the priesthood of Mars. By the grace of the Omnissiah, I am currently assigned to the maintenance personnel of the station Altar Templum Calixis X-17.
How did you manage to kill off a slew of people and blow up a sacred machine without even laying a finger on it?
This was my doing.
The tech priest turns around and stares aghast at the burning remains as if he had nothing to do with what happened. His vox produces a mournful prayer.
The voices are being weird about him. They're saying garbled, conflicting things. Like they're talking about completely different people. But he's not a threat to you. Even if that's a bit hard to believe after all the fireworks.
You do not even know how you caused such an explosion?
The Omnissiah granted me a revelation. The spirit of this machine was dying, but it wished to perform a service, for such was its design. I sensed this and appealed to it. I do not know how I did it. I merely followed my intuition. The understanding granted by the Omnissiah was not permanent. It has left me.
Why do you wish to see the governor?
I came here to carry out a sacred mission. My mentor, Archmagus Amonat, summoned me, and I hastened to answer his call. But the rabble's unrest prevented our meeting, and I was on my way to Governor Medina to determine my mentor's current location. My escort was ordered by the commander to discontinue their movement and wait to be merged with your group. Then, due to their incompetence, they let themselves be killed. It was an unacceptable complication to my task.
If the tech priest's voice carried any compassion for the dead, the dry words that crackled from his vox system did not convey a shred of it. You must be quite devoted to your mentor to be willing to wade into this mess for him.
Sister doctrine of worship repudiates the fear of death. With my mentor's words, the Omnissiah gives me the algorithm for redemption and triumph in service. I will be redeemed, and I will triumph.
I invite you to join my retinue.
Acknowledged. Predicting successful and mutually beneficial cooperation.
Follow my lead.
An entire procession of cargo servitors was destroyed by gunfire, and not a single one of them attempted to flee.
The whispers told me a secret.
I can't see how this bolter would be something we need to use, but I'll put it in the inventory for now. Darkness is coming, and in it there will be the shine of... there will shine a spark of dawn, the final dawn. We should probably level up Pascal. All right, he's a... Forge World, Homeworld, Tech Priest, and he is an operative. So let's just take a look at the intelligence in the group. So 40 is our max. And 45 on perception. Okay, so probably we want to put the points into intelligence. I really wish... I prefer it when it tells me what to think. Tech Priest. Acceleration protocols. Yeah, let's do aiming protocols. I think I'm still going to do fresh target. I've done that for a few people. And we'll double down on intelligence.
Victory awaits.
In violation of the right of operation, the shuttle's promethium tanks have been abandoned and left open. Someone interrupted the fueling sacrament. Every one of the dead have had their eyes ruthlessly burned. I always feel very nervous. So you'll notice here when I click on the ground, the whole party moves.
I must thank you, esteemed Magos. After your intervention, I feel 50 years younger. Both my knee implants are as good as new.
I agreed to help out of respect for the priceless array of augmentations placed in your body. Such sacred creations deserve the best maintenance available.
So notice when I go to pick something up, the character sort of runs on their own. So the drawback here is I know that there are traps in the area. And so if I interact with an object, it means a character who may be least likely to identify the traps could potentially go running through them. So it's a small...
None shall stand in my way.
Small friction that I can mostly live with. But, all right, let's just take a quick look here and see if there's improvements. This definitely seems like a big improvement. I don't really know if I need to do more than one like that, but there we go. Okay, so this is only for officers. Can't say there's much. Yeah, so that's not a good one for us. I can't see myself switching to the armored body glove here. Oh, no, that's interesting. So Unfading Valor apparently is not as good as the standard bolter. What's the story there? This Godwin pattern bolter was given to Sister Argenta on the day she took her vows to join the Order of the Martyred Lady. Unfortunately, despite its illustrious name, the gleam of its metal has dulled after years of travel and encounters with horrors untold, and the sacred prayers engraved on the barrel have been worn smooth in places. With every shot it fires, another spark goes out in the halo of sanctity that surrounds this noble weapon. So we won't sell this, but you know, we'll give her some new equipment. All right. So I imagine we're not going to be switching out the holy vestment. Yeah, I think we can leave that. In fact, maybe a quick save is what the doctor ordered. Are you sure the machine spirits will listen to you? I bet they're real stubborn. Quit your whinging. I've seen the tech priest do it once. I once even brought a sensor to him. Of course they're lit. Alert. Profane violation of the algorithm.
A new challenge for me.
My success is an irrefutable certainty.
Take a knee and bow before me.
All right. So this one seems like a little bit of a no-brainer, right? Like, we've got a couple of turrets to help us, so I shouldn't go nuts. But I also don't want to be completely passive either. So I suspect I'm going to need to put my people in harm's way for a bit. You know what? I think I'm going to change it up a little bit. So let's get Pascal to the left, Adira to the right. And then I suppose the question is where Konstantinos goes. We could maybe stick him back here. Actually, it would make a little more sense for me to put him by Argenta. Doesn't leave me a lot of options for where to put him beside Adira, though. All right, we'll make this work. Okay, this is sufficient. So the ideal would be to sort of spray. Problem is the probabilities on a lot of these aren't great. And then if I just do my standard attack, yeah, like this feels like a pretty good shot.
Strike is a prayer.
Yeah, so I wasn't quite planning on doing it this way, but
Anything else?
okay, we don't have any other opportunities, so we'll leave that one there.
Make it quick.
All right, well, this seems like a nice opportunity. Does leave me out in the open, but
One view at a time.
in fact, yeah, the big challenge here was that I cut off my opportunity to walk, so I suppose the best I can do is brace for impact.
It will be done. Indeed.
I think it's fair to say I can't shoot at any of these, so we'll just get to a safe spot. You, serve me! Ah, I should have thought that through. I don't know if Argenta is actually able to take any more shots here, so I think we're going to save this. And Pascal... Okay, so the challenge here is I don't seem to have line of sight on the units I want to shoot. Yeah, I'll go for the high cover. Alright, I'll take it. And we don't have line of sight for the rest.
Time to slaughter someone.
Out of my way.
My passion has failed me.
Okay, so... apparently we do have the shot, it's just not a particularly good one.
Rejoice in battle!
I don't know if they're playing around with the probabilities here, but we've definitely had a couple of hard shots that landed well. Right, I wasn't paying attention to the fact that there's another Minuteman Rebel, but the turrets should take care of him.
Did I mention that my whispers tell me jokes? Jokes that once said aloud make your eyes bleed and blood curdle. Talk about black comedy.
I won't tolerate weakness.
When shooting in a burst, the trajectory deviation chance of the second and all subsequent shots in that burst is increased by the recoil value of the weapon. Alright. New objective, find out what is going on. The upper way extends across a wide bridge, which is suspended high above the roiling waters of the river below. The bridge is densely packed with imposing and ostentatious buildings designed to flatter the vanity of the local elite.
Follow my lead.
The young man in a planetary guard uniform looks very pale. There is a feverish gleam in his eyes. Your lordship, at last. Private Camille Regis at your command. He hesitates. I was in the convoy the governor sent out to meet you. The convoy was ambushed by rebels. I'm the only survivor. Nevertheless, I'm ready to show you the way to the command center where the governor is waiting for you. I think I remember this character. If I recall correctly, this is close to where I finished playing on a private session. And I think there's like a question if this this private is like a traitor. Like you keep getting ambushed around him. Anyway. The success to failure ratio of combat objectives completion for this world's military speaks to its subpar efficiency. I will advise the local ruler to seek my fraternity's aid in upgrading their troops to servitor maniples. The tech priest's words make Private Regis grow pale and instinctively pull his helmet down tighter. What is it, soldier? Why are you so nervous? The soldier grows paler still. Please forgive me, your lordship. I was left all alone, and it's been scary waiting for you. That's why. What can you tell me about the insurgency? There's not a lot to tell. We were taught that the ungrateful rabble often rebels against the lawful authorities. Comes Camille's rote answer, but then he continues in a slightly different tone. For the past couple of years, we haven't been doing very well. 2 major earthquakes in both hemispheres, with lots of casualties and destruction. Then the tech priests tinkered with something they shouldn't have, and we had lives lost to a series of substation explosions. Then on top of that, there were the new taxes. The governor needed to be able to report to his lordship Caligos that the army's numbers and equipment supplies had increased as planned. The young man falls silent and looks at you with apprehension. Are you implying that it is the governor's fault and that he has been failing in his duties? I beg of you, your lordship, I'm not implying anything. Why would I? I'm just telling you what's happening. So about the rebellion, where was I? Well, there were rumors that it was all happening for a reason. The earthquakes, the red robes problems, and then there were those weird prophets. No eyes, scratched them out themselves by the looks of it. And then they kept going on about the final dawn. You know, the end of the world was near. Repent or you'll be doomed, that sort of thing. I don't know when they first began to appear, but they've definitely been out there for at least a year. Some got caught and burned, of course, but heretic burnings aren't exactly rare. They catch someone every month. That's why nobody noticed the new ones for a while. But as soon as the rebellion started, there were hundreds of them coming out of the woodwork, wandering about, muttering away, and none of them had eyes. You'll see for yourself, there's plenty of them on this highway. So that's that. You can't tell anymore if the rebellion's just because of the taxes or the disasters, or if the end of the world is really coming. How did you make it out alive if your entire convoy perished? I don't know, I just did somehow. There was an ambush. Everything was going boom and bang around me, and I kept firing back till I saw our commander lying there with a hole in his head, and everybody else too. I was alive, and the enemy had retreated. Enough talking. Let's go to the command center. Yes, your lordship. The command center is a straight walk from the starport. It's at the end of the upper way, not too far from here, but we must proceed carefully. Emperor forbid we get ambushed again.
I'll lay claim to the stars.
Something large and heavy plowed down the entire width of the street. You can only guess what could have caused such damage. The temple's tower collapsed onto the pavement and is blocking the way. It will take days to clear the rubble.
Over there!
The temple door does not budge. It may be blocked by rubble on the other side.
Victory awaits!
The shuttle must be what crashed into the building and destroyed part of the street.
grants me insight.
Oh, it actually occurred to me I should probably switch the gloves.
It's about time.
There are traces of a recent battle everywhere, including bodies and planetary guard uniforms.
That wasn't so difficult.
The soldiers' bodies and the general aftermath of the battle suggest... I don't know what the rest was there. Our poor lads, they deserve proper last honors, not to be lying here like this. Camille looks away from the bodies. This battlefield looks highly suspicious. Half of your comrades never even had a chance to draw their weapons, and the direction of the shots as well. The attackers knew exactly what path the group would take and how large it would be. The young man looks at you in slight confusion. I don't know what you're talking about. Yes, we were ambushed, but it was all over so quickly. It's a miracle I survived. I was lucky to be behind cover when it began. Glory to the fallen warriors. They will not be forgotten. Let's keep walking. Yes, your lordship.
A new challenge for me?
Would you look at that?
So yeah, that's one of the things I get worried about when I move a character. Oh, come on!
Let's proceed.
There's no excuse for that. I'm sorry to dwell on this, but like I already put so much effort into the traps here that when you click to deactivate the trap and your pathfinding does not go around the labeled trap, I feel that is on the developer. That is not acceptable. Errant rubbish lies scattered between the seats covered in stone dust, old programs, faded tickets, and food scraps of unknown origin. Follow me, your lordship.
Submit and you'll die quickly.
None of them.
There's actually a side of me that says we push, like we stay in the open and then we push to the cover here. It'd definitely be a dicey approach. Like, I don't hate it as a strategy. I don't know. Let's work with what we got here. Yeah, okay, this is gonna get weird, but
Show me what you've got. On in, maggot.
okay. So I'm wondering if Adira can... So it looks like there's zone of control in this, so I'm not able to do much else. But yeah, we'll start by zapping these two.
Unfortunate turn of fate.
And I'll maybe do forewarning on myself.
Was that you? Or
Okay, so Abelard, I guess the question is, do we go after the trooper here, or do we try the Firestarter Rebel? I'm not entirely convinced I'm going to be able to close the distance with the Rebel troopers, so let's run up here.
Tried and tested tactics are the best ones. At your beck and call. Target well struck. It will be done.
Okay.
Victory is imminent.
scared yet?
Let's get to it.
Argenta. So first question would be, do I... Okay, so I have a shot. Do I have a better shot if I move close? I do, and that will let me clear out the... Yeah, okay, here's what we're gonna do.
The enemies of the Emperor will be undone! As the Emperor commands, none can escape the Emperor's judgment.
Yeah, we'll just leave it there.
Is a reward.
So I'm thinking, question is, if I move here, can I do the zap? I can, but it doesn't seem to affect... Well, if it may affect it, and then I just don't...
Cogitation failed.
Okay, so that doesn't work for me.
The Omnissiah knows all.
Whoops! Alright, well... We got what we needed. Ooh,
Suits my
serve
purpose.
me.
Nothing I can't do.
Yeah, we'll go for the slightly higher chance.
Eradicated.
Beautiful.
Doubt is for the weak.
I'm not entirely convinced I have line of sight here, so I think I'm just gonna save it.
I shall not fear.
Okay, that's not gonna bounce the way I want it to.
On it. Will do. Anything else?
Okay, so Abelard isn't in a position to...
My place is at the fore.
yeah, Abelard's not in a position to
I will
deactivate
do
here.
my duty. It will be done.
Let's get to it.
Negligible.
Okay, can I actually disarm this thing? No.
As the Emperor commands, I act.
Activate calculated fury algorithm. The scriptural probe needs significant value. My vow is to serve.
So this is a pretty risky spot to put this unit.
Request approved.
Alright, I don't think Konstantinos is going to be able to do any attacks from the range here, so... And my guess here is that Argenta's not... Oh, never mind.
I refuse.
Already done.
I also realize I haven't used my momentum.
But of course, power. Was that you? Or
Right. Let's get Abelard to declare an enemy. But until we clear the... Alright. So I needed that, like, one turn.
Duty prevails.
Oh, she could have... That's so frustrating. Alright. That's fine. We'll make it work.
Faith without deeds is worthless. In thy light I stand, and thy light I crave. As the Emperor commands, I act.
The problem with reducing the ballistic ability is that you you don't necessarily get the hits you want. Ooh, Pascal may have an injury at this point, or potentially soon. I'd actually feel a little bit better with them in cover.
Explorers know one route. Forward.
Okay, I can live with Konstantinos
Let's see how they respond to this.
moving up. Not convinced we actually have anybody who can take advantage of the move. I think we'll...
no can do.
Oh, no line of sight. Bad luck for me.
Follow my lead. Indeed.
I mean, we'll do our best here, but...
God Emperor, move through me. Be the fire in my heart. This is why I was chosen. I will not. As the Emperor commands, I act. That is not the Emperor's will. This is unacceptable.
Okay, Pascal will skip.
High momentum.
Suits my purposes.
Oh wait, they probably moved out of...
I refuse.
Yeah.
I will not.
Alright, well...
All too easy.
That is not an easy guy to get a hold of.
I've seen worse battles than this in my time.
Probably should have charged him, but anyway.
It will be done. Reduced to dust.
The soldier looks around, a little dazed. He is pressing his hand down on a fresh wound. How is this possible? Updating data catalog. The characteristic tendency of the planetary defense forces of Rykad Minoris to run into ambushes is not a consequence of chance or negligence. It can only be explained as some twisted variation of combat tactics. This phenomena is depressing. So, one, how curious. This is the second squad under your lead that ended up in a rebel ambush. Do you have anything to say in your defense, Private? It is all right. We're going to bandage you up and continue on your way. I shall help you now, but as soon as we reach the governor, you're going into custody, and enough I cannot afford the risk of dragging a potential rebel spy along. It's all right. We're going to bandage you up and continue on our way. Thank you, your lordship. One of the things I always found, I mean, maybe not always found interesting,
Consult
but
the appropriate treaties on Tactica Imperialis and weigh every step. Sometimes, though, you just fire your biggest cannon and save the day.
I do find it kind of interesting when you look at the Imperium of Man. So, you know, there's Warhammer 40k is known for, it's like probably the best example of grimdark. I think everybody kind of understands it. It's relentlessly depressing. It is kind of funny, like, if I compare it to other examples of grimdark, in one sense, Warhammer 40k is relentlessly depressing in terms of content and subject matter. Right. I mean, like, you kind of know what you're signing up for when you see a tagline, in the grim darkness of the future, there is only war. And yet, sorry, just let me take a minute here to, okay, so this thing should go to cargo. I think Argenta's already got a flamer, yeah, so. I'm actually going to say we can put the light armor into the, ideally I'm going to make sure that this stuff is, I'm only carrying what I like really need. So yeah, like, I don't think anybody's looking at Warhammer 40k and, you know, is under any illusions that it's full of sort of dark subject matter. What I do find it kind of interesting, though, is that, like, the aesthetics and people's attention, as ordered by the planet's lawful governor to prevent recurring rebellions, all planetary guard patrols are to be doubled. All conspirators and instigators will be harshly punished. The thing that I find kind of funny about Warhammer 40k, though, is because of the, you know, because of the things like Space Marines or,
I'll lay claim to the stars.
I don't know, like, some of it also just looks very cool. You do have this, ooh, subcarbine seems like a somewhat strong weapon, but I'm not quite sure who would use it. Success is measured in blood, yours and your enemies. But yeah, so there's parts of it that are just very cool, and it doesn't feel as relentlessly depressing as the subject matter actually suggests. And, you know, in fairness, I think this also depends on what you're engaging with. So, like, I think on a tabletop, if you're actually, like, playing the game on a tabletop, you're probably not, like, going into the, like, it's not like you're describing deaths like in the Iliad. You know, it's just, I realize we talked about the Odyssey a little bit before, but, like, there are some really bleak descriptions of death and mortality in the Iliad. Like, it's you know, it's a war story, and it definitely, there's a certain impact to the way that some characters' deaths are described. And you don't, in my opinion, you don't really get that on a tabletop, right? If you've got a particularly dramatic group of friends and you want to do that, I think it's possible. I mean, it is worth remembering that Dungeons and Dragons came out of Chainmail, which I think was a tabletop game. But I think for the most part, when people are playing, you know, some kind of miniature war game, they're probably not, you know, describing the the fiance that's left after this Imperial Guardsman's death or something like that. But there's plenty of books. And I'm less familiar with Warhammer 40k like novels. I have read some of the BattleTech novels, and I think one of the things that I really enjoyed about hey, Tiberiosity. I think some of the things I really enjoyed about the BattleTech, the computer game, was that it seriously engaged with the story. Like, I think the Arano Restoration is an interesting story and campaign. And it didn't have to be that, because if you think of a lot of the other BattleTech adaptations, they don't necessarily have that, right? I know there is a story in MechWarrior 5. It may even be that, I haven't gotten far enough in the MechWarrior 5 story to find it interesting yet. But it's not bad. It's just, it's not something I put a lot of thought into. I put more thought into like going around in my stompy mech and shooting things. And I'm just trying to think of other BattleTech stuff I would have played. I haven't actually played any of the strategy games. Yeah, maybe I actually could be speaking out of turn. It could be that it's one that's treated its stories better than I thought, but I can't think of an example of a BattleTech adaptation other than the recent Harebrained Schemes version. But I thought it was a very good game specifically because of its engagement with that. It was a recognition that part of that hobby is not just the moving your robots on the board, but the reason why people are fighting. And the setting's actually pretty interesting too, if you like that sort of thing, right? I'm not trying to suggest here that this is like Milan Kundra's, BattleTech, right? But I think motivating people's choices and why they are doing the things that they're doing, in that case was the right call. And I mean, obviously this is a CRPG, so you get to see a little bit more of the Warhammer 40k setting. But I think the point still stands that like a lot of Warhammer 40k aesthetics are very cool, and they're not quite as relentlessly depressing as the subject matter would suggest. And I think one of the things I've always found kind of interesting with the idea of like planetary rebellion and the idea of the forces of chaos always lurking around the corner, you have this corrupted utopia, right? The idea of what the Emperor originally stood for, and this very, close-minded theocracy, perhaps that's a redundancy, running this remarkably oppressive empire, which does face genuine dangers, but is not necessarily a pleasant place to live. And in fact, does not, despite its status as sort of this protector of humanity, does not necessarily see that status as incompatible with sacrificing very large numbers. And so the idea of rebellion, right, and the Chaos Gods, like the whole idea of heresy and these uprisings from the underclasses may have everything to do with the administration and nothing to do with chaos, except for the fact that the Chaos Gods really do exist. Is just very funny that the idea that actually wanting to not be taxed into oblivion to support the governor's incompetence. Hey, Bone Grenade. Strategy in the sleep room. I'm sorry, Bone Grenade. Was that what I was playing yesterday? I am usually quite bad at recognizing people from Outlast Trials. I actually should know more people from it. That is really cool that you stopped by. How are you doing? I'm obviously not playing Outlast Trials, but I actually appreciate you you mentioning that. If you, I don't think we played in a session together, did we? Anyway, yeah, sorry. I always thought it was kind of fun in terms of the Warhammer 40k setting, the idea of how many rebellions were actually the result of chaos, and how many were just simply legitimate uprisings, or let's say non-corrupted ones that were the product of mismanagement.
I won't tolerate weakness.
The food in the stalls is covered by a thick layer of stone dust. It was all abandoned in a hurry. Yeah. The mobile charging stations chatter and crackle. The piercing sound is easily distinguishable even in the surrounding turmoil. Aurora knows Aurora knows all that is to come. Only Aurora can guide us to salvation.
Victory awaits.
The edge, the edge, the edge of what? I can't remember. Enough. Stop talking to me. All right. Is that a rumor? Find out what's going on. Blind man may aimlessly roam among the ruined streets. Actually, sorry, Bone Grenade, I should ask you as well. Do you stream? I don't think I have many people to shout you out to, but happy to... Ah, fair enough.
Follow my lead.
I think we're walking into combat here, but I'm not going to complain about it.
Eyes of mercy.
I will take you down.
All right. The question here is, do I want Abelard to be right at the front to... Actually, you know what? All of these units are going to come running after me anyway. I might need to... So in one sense, I have the rock, paper, scissors game of charging Abelard into these two gunners. Okay, so all four are going to move before... Abelard will actually be the last to move. I'm not convinced that disqualifies him from... No, hang on. I have a better idea. So we'll set him up here. So he'll take out the rebel gunner at this spot. We'll put Adira behind cover here. So the idea is she'll use her lightning to zap these rebels. And then the rest of the crew should be distributed... Actually, this is a little risky for Adira, but... So I'll put Argenta... And Pascal's the odd one out again. He'll actually be the first to move once the four are in. I don't want to get too close to these units. I don't know how far they can go, but maybe what we'll do here is we'll move them up beside Adira.
Hold on. Let's get to it.
All right, this will actually work rather well for me. I think we'll just start with these two.
Request approved.
And... let's actually see if we can stun this unit.
Let's make it quick.
Break them all.
Of the Imperium.
Okay. You serve me. I suppose the big question is, do I want to move... My character's not exactly a frontline attacker, but if I can do some damage to one of the rebel gunners... you know what? We don't need to worry too much. We'll see if I get lucky... Yeah, let's see if I get lucky with the rebel. Cool. That tells me then I should take another shot with Argenta.
Faith without deed eradicated.
Beautiful. So what we can do next turn is move her up and take out... I'll actually have to make a decision if I want her to engage with these two or if I want her to clear out this enemy and then Abelard focuses on... I think it'd probably be better for me to... Well, you know what? Let's see what her movement looks like. So cover is probably the best call here. And then... Let's do Furious Recital. So that's a 95, but he's pretty well armored. And that's a 38. Okay. I think at this point we would do... actually, I'll do my run and gun. You're joking. Yeah, here we go.
As the Emperor commands, I act. This is unacceptable. I am his will made manifest.
I need to make sure that I do more...
Is a prayer.
There we go. And I wonder, can I dash to the... No, we're just shy of where we need to be. Okay, that's fine. We'll stay on the lower cover. Now, I'm curious if I'm able to zap... I am.
On it.
So, not a great place for me to leave this unit. Okay, I think I just hurt myself there. Let's do forewarning. And then we can analyze.
But of course.
So I'm not convinced Abelard's going to be able to make a move on these two, but that was a reasonably good turn for us anyway.
A tactically sound approach.
Okay, so if I charge...
Victory is imminent.
I was not expecting to be able to get
It will be done.
close enough to act on this, so...
Indeed.
I am leaving myself open to the retaliation from this unit, but it's a price I'm willing to pay. This may hit... Oh, actually I don't have line of sight, so...
Request approved.
Out of my way. Stay vigilant.
So that should be solved with a cleave. Constantinos... I mean, I'm not expecting miracles from him, but... Alright, that... I can't use that... Oh, I can use that on Argenta.
Already done.
So she gets a bonus because Constantinos hit that unit. And let's see... We can give Abelard some bonuses. Okay, Argenta, honestly, just getting in close and being able to let her rip with the bolter should... So, yeah, I have a better chance of hitting my own guy than the enemy here, so...
Faith without deeds is worthless.
Damn.
I refuse.
I'm not quite ready to put her in melee range, but I am going to shout them to death.
Anything else? Be gone! My whispers crave entertainment.
I'm trying to think if there's a game other than Baldur's Gate 3 where I've seen them take kind of this cinematic approach to some of the levels. It's a nice touch. All right, let's collect the goodies. I feel like there were some other things in this level I want to check out before we go down.
I'll lay claim to the stars.
Okay, so we're probably going to have to clear the path before we do that. A powerful explosion destroyed a large part of the bridge, both above and below. Could someone still be alive in there? All right. So we're going to backtrack a little bit just so I can see any of the other items in the region. The fall is preordained. The prophecy will be fulfilled. Okay, so I suppose the question is, do I want another fight this soon? I wouldn't say no, but
It's about time.
The whispers told me how.
the shuttle must have been shot out of the sky by a powerful weapon before it crashed into the building and fell onto the once crowded street.
This Explorator is blessed with multifunctionality.
The two women are arguing furiously, oblivious to everything around them. An impressively huge anti-aircraft battery towers over them. I can't do this anymore. I pushed the exact same lever I did yesterday, I swear, but instead of turning the barrel, it splashed us with hot oil. What genius thought that experience operating a paper press would translate into handling ancient weaponry? This thing is going to kill us before long. I just know it. You went to Rykad Minoris as soon as you could. The exhausted red-headed woman is on the verge of tears as she rubs the fresh burn on her cheek. The tech priest cannot hide his amazement as he listens to the confessions of this paper press operator, who has been unceremoniously thrust into the ranks of the gunners and is now in charge of aiming this formidable anti-aircraft battery. His visor's lens gradually turns scarlet. Her portly workmate waves her hand dismissively. What's with the cold feet? Afraid the chief's gonna punish us? I don't know, I like the gun way better than the paper press. We've turned the tables on the nobles at last. Now they're afraid of us. She turns towards you sharply and whips out her weapon. Who are you? Or I guess now, who are you? So I can flash a derisive smile. Oh, you miserable, pathetic, lower-order scum. Rebelling against your masters, are you? Care to show me your rebellious spirit now instead of taking sneaky shots from a safe distance? Do you have the guts to do it? Well, do you? Look intently at both women. With your own hands, you are branding yourselves with the mark of disgrace. Do you know what that is? If you do not, I can tell you. I know. The chief sent me to take over from you, or an insurgency against your lawful governor amounts to heresy. I command you to lay down your arms at once. Coercion test succeeded. The women exchange nervous glances. Finally, the red-haired woman gives up, throws down her weapon, and puts her hands up. We surrender. We surrender. Just don't kill us. Speak. What caused the insurgency? Who is the chief? And what were you doing with that anti-aircraft battery? Well, our entire crew joined the rebels and we tagged along. The chief, well, he's the chief. He's in charge because he used to work under the Red Robes and man their heavy machinery. I'm assuming this is the Adeptus Mechanicus? Yeah. He's not here. He only comes over to check up on us every now and then. He wrote us a manual for operating this big boy, but it only does what it's supposed to half the time. The previous shift all got maimed. We haven't been here long, and we're already head to toe in burns. Let us go, will you? We won't be insurging again. I give you the gift of life. You are free to go. The red-haired woman breathes a sigh of intense relief. Thank you. Thank you so much. Her mouth stretches a strained smile. We'll get going then. We had 3 people in our crew get scalded with boiling oil when we first calibrated this thing. Anyway, good luck. Try not to die. The anti-aircraft battery's control panel has a panoply of mysterious levers and buttons. Deactivating it quickly is not an option. All you can do is blow it up, destroying it completely. Examine the anti-aircraft battery. The anti-aircraft battery certainly was constructed a long time ago, long before the colonization of this world began. It comes as no surprise that the insurgents were barely able to operate it. Modern arms protocols are incomprehensible to the machine spirits of such an ancient construction. I'm not entirely sure we need to destroy the anti-aircraft battery, so we'll ignore it and leave.
A new challenge for me?
It's a tough one because, like, in one sense, I can see why we want to avoid the aircraft batteries, like, hurting us. Oh, no, if ancient aircraft battery captured by the rebels were to be destroyed, the Lord Captain would be able to reach the command center on a shuttle, bypassing the dangers that lying in wait. Okay, so I would have thought destroying the battery would be heresy. Rank 7, available abilities, available common tab. Oh, here we go. All right, so we've got Air of it. The 2 it's recommending are Air of Authority. The officer increases an ally's resolve by 4 until the end of combat. Or get back in the fight. The officer encourages an ally who is immediately recovers from burning, bleeding. I definitely think removing bad status effects is the one I want here. And alas, I actually have to make a choice. All right, so let's see what Noble can do. So we can do extra movement points. You kill it is probably the right one. Okay. I'm inclined towards toughness here. Navy officer is a tough one. Let's do fleet combat training. For the operative, joint analysis. Use till the operative's next turn. Their allies' attacks also remove exploits and deal 4 more damage. Or precise attack. For the next attack against target affected by an exploit, that target's cover efficacy and block will be reduced by... That is a tempting one. I probably should be taking advantage of more of the Psyker abilities, though. I'll do Biomancy just on the odd chance I want healing. Okay, Argenta. Looks like we've maxed out ballistic skill. So agility it is. I'm probably going to do Cleansing Faith, but +1 damage. Yeah, +1 damage from Bolter seems more appropriate. And we have another operative. Yeah, we can do joint analysis and tech use. Okay, so we'll F5 this again. The blast consumes the ancient weapon. The sky above the city is safe for flying again.
Attention to detail is the key to success.
Okay, we will deal with that momentarily. The ruined weapon radiates intense heat, and an oily puddle giving off a caustic stench spreads across the pavement. Okay, so that's not ready for us. This is an enormous map. So if I recall correctly, there was also a fight down here.
Victory awaits!
Well, okay, let's do this one step at a time. So I will clear the trap.
Never doubt me.
But if I'm going to pick a fight, we might as well do it in order.
Submit, and you'll die quickly.
Okay.
Won't save you.
That's a lot of guys. All right, let's get Abelard right up in the front. Adira can take cover over here.
See that?
Now Pascal's in a bit of a tight spot. We'll maybe move him up here. Sister Argenta. Again, we need to clear everything out before we can sort of focus on the main force here, but and then Konstantinos, again, more of a support character than anything. I mean, we'll start here. We'll do our best. Okay, so my inclination with Abelard is just to like chop up whatever I can. In fact, had I been thinking, maybe I should have gone after these acolyte cultists first because they're all ranged. But I think the way I'm going to handle this is we can go up like this.
Tactics are the best ones. At your beck and call.
Okay, I should have done the charge.
Grey hair, sure hand.
We don't have that many people to brace for impact,
It
so
will be done.
I could have handled this a little better. Actually, apparently we can still brace for impact. I probably could have handled this a little bit better, but
My faith strengthens me.
all right. I think the best option for Adira is to blast the baddies over here. Doesn't look like it's going to be enough, though. So let's do quick analyze.
I bring ruin.
Just a minor setback.
Okay, Argenta is going to be an interesting case.
I will
So, yeah.
bathe this battlefield in righteous fury. As the Emperor commands, I act.
Let's roll the
I'll
dice.
do it. None can escape the Emperor's judgment.
Beautiful. I'm then
That
gonna
is
do
for
run
the
and
weak.
gun for another attack.
I will not.
This one's a tough one. I should go for the bird in the hand, but
Faith without deeds is worthless.
yeah, fair enough. Okay, so first of all, you serve me.
Too easy.
We can get her an extra turn, but I actually think it's probably better for me to give it to Pascal or Adira. I think in this case...
Not a problem for me.
Damn.
The Omnissiah knows all, comprehends all.
Okay, I mean, some cover's better than none. Try and clear as many people as I can of the
Suits my purposes.
burn. One drawback here is I don't get to fire my weapon, but my pea shooter's not going to be adding a whole lot on this. My original inclination would have been to try and zap these guys, but maybe we just use the axe.
Binaric override.
Almost enough.
The scriptural prognosis is favorable.
My ears are ringing.
So I don't exactly hate where I'm at in this fight, but I could be doing better. Alright, first thing we're going to do is a cleave.
I took care of this one.
Excellent. I think at this point we just charge ahead.
Victory is imminent. Follow my lead.
I'll take it.
I'm enraged.
Alright, I'm curious if Adira can do the lightning strike without hurting Abelard. Looks like that's the case. Oh, it did hurt her, though.
Was that you? Or
Such is the will of chaos.
So, if we can do a one-shot on the fire starting... Oop. I'm not crazy about those numbers.
Power resides in the will of the righteous. I'll do it. Eradicate it.
Beautiful. I don't have too much optimism on this, but I just wanted to clear that character so Abelard has a clear path. Okay, first thing we're going to do, get back in the fight. Oh, really? Let's... I mean, I am putting Konstantinos in danger moving up like this, but...
Never wavered in the face of adversity.
Oh, wait, she doesn't... She's not burning. Silly.
As the Emperor strike.
I'll take it.
The Emperor sets my path.
I do wonder if some of the like the random, like the rolls, the draws are misstated. It, like in the positive player sense, right? The idea that people have such a warped view of probability that they sort of feel like they're owed their victories, but don't accept their losses. So I believe Sid Meier is
None shall stand in my way.
an innovator on that, but it is a controversial move. The fountain's merry murmur seems to mock the surrounding chaos and desolation. Alright. Doesn't seem like this... Like, my question would be how I'm supposed... Oh, no, I see how I'm supposed to get around it.
When the faithful are idle, heresy grows. Carry the Emperor's will as your torch. I better myself through my service.
Sun will rise one last time. The final time. Oh, we can go down. I suppose the question is, do I want to?
Operation successful.
This mechanical door leads to the lower levels under the upper way.
This ocular implant was a worthwhile investment.
The only thing here is I am a little reluctant to... Oh, we could wind up in combat. No, 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 no. Get back here. I'm trying to stay on one map before before going into other ones, but this may be... It says warehouse, so I'm expecting that this won't be too involved. Profit factor isn't spent on buying items, but serves as a simple prerequisite. If you have enough profit factor, you do not purchase the item. It will simply be yours for the taking. Okay, let's see. Alright. Sector, Koronus Expanse, Region, Rykad System. Location, streets in the vicinity of the Rykad Minoris starport. Material, report based on oral accounts and PIC recordings, added to the archives of the House von Valancius by order of the Seneschal Wersarian? On his journey across a world caught in the throes of a heretical insurgency, the Lord Captain accidentally witnessed an unholy rite that transpired in one of the maintenance rooms of an aqueduct. This abandoned nook turned out to be a heretic's gathering place for performing their grim and profane acts. The large group of rebels stood frozen in patient anticipation, all staring into the center of the room. No one moved, only the murmur of hushed voices echoed against the metal walls. The Lord Captain... something about a cursory glance. The rebels were unremarkable in appearance. They were dressed in the shabby clothes of abject rabble, spoke in coarse voices, and had repulsive faces. But what caught the Lord Captain's attention was the look of strange, almost sinister anticipation in their eyes. This was no gathering of loud blasphemers or bored idlers. Only occasionally would they exchange brief, unintelligible remarks. As they stood in a frozen circle, their gazes turned towards the hulking structure in the center of the room. Bulky power transformers, cogitators, crates, and voxcasters took up most of the space. Against their background, the structure in the center stood out oddly, an enormous lens mounted on a stand. It caught the thin sunbeams that made their way through slits in the ceiling and crossed the half-lit room. The rogue trader surveyed the peculiar structure with great attention. The enormous mounted lens was doubtlessly imbued with the power of the archenemy, inimical to all that is noble and virtuous in the universe. Anyone caught in the corrupted light it emits will face horrifying consequences. The Lord Captain peered into the darkness enveloping the room. Although barely visible behind the closed ranks of the insurgents, the rusted barrels with evidently flammable contents had not escaped the Lord Captain's keen eye. One good shot at those barrels would decimate the number of heretics on Rykad Minoris. The enormous mounted lens... Oh yeah, we already said that, so Lord Captain patiently observed what happened next. As if commanded by a grim, unseen force, the insurgents fell silent at once, and in a single movement parted. A thick, sticky silence filled the room. The heretics' gazes were turned toward a metal structure with a lens on top of it, standing tall in the middle of a circle of melting candles, piles of books, and unholy symbols drawn on the floor. The structure flashed as a single sunray illuminated it. A sound of bare feet broke the sinister silence as a man emerged from the deep shadows. Reeling, he entered the circle and collapsed on his knees in front of the enormous lens. Not a second had passed before many rebel hands gripped the fallen man's shoulders and hair. Remember, comrade, the last sunray you behold will be yours only, shared with no one else. Your holy final dawn, bellowed a lone heretic's voice amid the silent crowd. By the doing of someone's hands, the lens had turned, and its focused ray feasted on the prisoner's eyes. The blinded man's harrowing scream shook the very walls of the place. Consumed by the rite, the rebels had not yet noticed the stranger in their midst. The Lord Captain braced himself and shot the warp lens, destroying its charms.
Take a knee and bow before me. Your Emperor won't save you.
All right. So one thing I'm going to do is move Konstantinos back. You know what? We'll move. So Abelard will be up here. I want Argenta in a good spot to fire on the enemy. I'll actually maybe start behind the high cover. I am a little uncomfortable clustering all my units up here like this, but I'm not really sure I have an alternative. So let's see how it goes.
To the weak. Out of my way. Weapon at the ready.
This is trailer music. I always like it when the enemy does more damage to their own guys.
Already done.
Alright, so I think as a starter, let's do Bring It Down with Argenta. God, it's tempting.
Doubt is for the weak. As the Emperor commands, I act. Faith without deeds is worthless.
I really thought that was going to do more damage to the
That is not
Acolytes.
the Emperor's
Alright,
will.
that's fine. For Konstantinos... Apparently we can take one of these guys out. Now if I spray and pray, I'm probably going to hit my own people, so let's just roll the dice. Okay. And let's give the boost to Abelard.
Chaos guides me.
So I think I'm going to have to accept a bit of damage on Abelard, but I
Will do.
am willing to pay that tax.
Unfortunate turn up.
Brace yourself, Abelard.
Anything else?
Pain cleanses the body.
I serve the ruinous powers.
Crush the feeble!
Chaos guides me. Ah! Out of my way.
Alright, so obvious first step is to take out the cultist here.
Target.
My only concern is that I'm not going to be able to dash far enough.
At At your beck and call.
I'll take it.
I will do my duty. At your beck and call.
Death to non-believers!
I am not you.
All right, now... Oh, this is Argenta. Okay. There is a side of me that just wants to move her up and go to town on these guys. I could do another spray here. That could potentially take these guys out. I'm also debating... You know what? Let's move in closer. So this is a really aggressive move, but...
The enemies of the Emperor will be undone. None can escape the Emperor's judgment.
All right. I mean, in terms of a ratio of takedowns to bullets, not great, but I'm okay with this. Like that was a price I was willing to pay. I could try and run up to higher cover, but I think we'll leave that for now. Now Pascal, I think I want to try and take advantage of the like there's a temptation to... Oh, actually, the fire starter is still going to be a problem, but you know what? We'll go for melee on this one. I'll confess, I was expecting that I would take advantage of the ranged weapon, the arc rifle. So whenever the wielder hits a target with an arc rifle, they will also hit a creature within a 2-cell radius from the target. So, you know, being able to run in and hit the anointed cultist would have been good here. But I do need to thin out the numbers to avoid flanks. So the hope is eventually what we do, right, is we take out the fire-starting cultist, and if we can clear these guys out, it allows me to move my ranged people behind the heavy cover here, and we sort of get to focus on this cluster of enemies. With that in mind...
Request approved.
I think I'll inflict more... my
competencies are not that universal.
Yeah, I'll inflict more penalties than bonuses.
Chaos guides me.
It's great that they're going after Abelard here. He's the best to defend against it, and then he also has the cleave when it comes down to it. Right. Ideally, Constantinos will be going after something Argenta would shoot. I'm a little worried about moving aggressively like this, but... Okay.
Suits my purposes. Not a problem for me.
As the Emperor commands, you, my Emperor! I am his will made manifest. Eradicated. Strike is a prayer.
It feels like a waste to take out something that Abelard's probably going to go for. So let's see if we can get a shot on the leader. Alright. Would have been nice if I could finish him off, but I'll take what I can get.
Tyrion is calling to me.
I'll take that.
Pain and duty go hand in hand.
So I will want to try and cure the the burn on Pascal. It's not a... To be honest, he's not in a convenient position for that. Now, I'm curious if I'm going to be able to do anything from here. Okay, you know what?
Not this Scryer's job.
I don't like that I'm going to hit Abelard again, but...
What is this foreboding?
Just a minor witchcraft.
I hit myself again.
On it. Was that you? Or
Is the reward.
stop it!
Okay. Question here is, what do I want to use Abelard for? I think I'm going to run him up here and just do a good old-fashioned sword strike.
Attention to detail is the key to success.
All right, I was really hoping I'd take someone out with that, but
It will be done. Reduce to dust. No matter the cost.
all right. That makes me happy.
I've seen worse battles than this in my time. I took care of this one. Indeed.
All right. The obvious target for Argenta is this Acolyte cultist, but what I want to do first is get her behind the high cover.
Doubt is for the weak. My faith shields me.
I wonder what caused her to take damage. Oh, it's the steam. Okay. Now, I think the smart thing to do with Pascal is to get him to flank, especially with the arc weapon. But it does mean I'm going to need more than one turn of this. It will also potentially get him out of range of Konstantinos curing the burn. Stay alive, little buddy. So I am curious, can I... Yeah, there's no way I'm going to be able to get to my ally in time. And I don't have anybody in range to make the magic happen. Think I'm willing to take a little bit of risk with my... They're admittedly the main character,
I
but...
shall not fear. Absolutely not.
All right. At this point, it is risky to do, but I am going to move my...
The battlefield.
I'm going to move my units up to see... All right, yeah, we can get away with this one. So maybe before I do that...
Anything else? But of course.
Unholy powers of the archenemy.
Okay. Nice that they're still going after Abelard. I think what we'll do here... Can probably get away with this move. So we should still be able to do a normal slash. Unfortunately, they're a lot tougher than I was planning, so it would have been better to start off with Sworn Enemy. I mean, there is a question as to whether or not I want to dash to the unit here, or if I even could, but in this case I'll just keep the pressure on this unit. Alright, now I don't think Argenta has any good shots on people anymore. Yeah, I mean, we've got a 21, but yeah, everybody's kind of behind high cover. So, let's move up.
Rejoice in battle.
I'll take it.
I'll do it. Faith without deeds is worthless.
Alright, so if Pascal's going to make a move, now's the time.
Is the tread of his faithful.
Cool.
Data meditation is terminated.
My comrades' deaths will not stop the rise of the new sun. The rebels have performed blasphemous sorcery and blinded one of the heretics with an enormous lens. Your eye is drawn to the shards of the enormous lens scattered around the broken device. At first, you are uncertain as to what troubles you, but suddenly the realization hits you. The glass shimmers in a unique way, just the same way as the shards of the unknown broken object you found near Theodora von Valancius's desk. What's the matter, Lord Captain? Why are you so interested in... Abelard trails off when he notices what you are looking at. He instantly makes the connection. By the Imperium's saints, it cannot be! Idira bites her lips. I see it too. Whatever that thing in her study was, it was made from the same material as this junk. What? What? Abelard is at a loss for words. He takes a moment to collect himself, and all at once they start pouring out in a hasty sputter. It's a mistake! Slander meant to blemish the good name of a person who is now dead and cannot even defend herself. First those minions of the arch-enemy murdered Lord Captain Theodora, and now this cannot be tolerated. It will not be tolerated. Come on now, Abelard. Remember what she was like. Idira's smile betrays her grief, but at the same time is strangely knowing. Brazen, assertive. It was like her entire life was a race against fate until fate caught up with her in the end. She would have gone headfirst into a black hole if she thought it would put her even one step ahead of everyone else out in the expanse. If we could just find out what she was keeping in her desk and why she went to get it during the attack. Sister Argenta's beautiful face is full of grief. How bitter it is to know that you were born from bad blood, but do not let this knowledge drag you into darkness. The sister's words ring with a genuine, sincere hope that you be blessed with a worthier fate. She does not appear to be shocked by the news of Theodora's possible heresy. Life must be so easy for you sanctimonious preachers. A dubious trinket, and you no longer see a person, you see bad blood, an annoying hindrance. There is enough venom in Idira's voice to poison an entire regiment. Argenta recoils, but the next moment her dark eyes ignite with fury. How dare you admonish me? We are speaking of abetting the arch-enemy. A person who has tainted themselves thus can never justify their actions. Sure, why go through all the trouble of trying to make any sense of anything when you can just label them a heretic and call it a day? Except, dear friend, I seem to remember that you didn't mind Theodora so much while you were aboard the ship. You didn't leave her side for even a moment. She rescued you, aided you, and your adoration wilted the moment you heard an accusation sullying her memory. You weren't surprised or upset. You just gave up on her and moved on. Witch, you are walking a fine line between outright heresy and the barrel of a bolter. Shut your mouth before I shut it for you. Argenta is right. The danger of heresy cannot be overstated. Lord Captain, I am not excusing heresy. I just don't believe. I don't want to believe Theodora would be involved in it. That all the good she did can be so easily crossed out with a single word. Walk away from the device.
The premonition runs true.
The ritual site is covered in ominous heretical symbols, each of which is unmistakably emanating the malevolent power of the warp. Good lord, there's so many text boxes. Nothing but a pile of shards remains of the sinister lens that the heretics used to burn out the eyes of devout cultists. I don't think it was just devout cultists. I think they were burning out the eyes of anyone. Oh, it also seems that Argenta has a fresh injury.
Look no further.
Actually, she
I'm
can
restless.
take care of herself.
Blessed be the hand of the healer. Injuries will not slow me.
We should have plenty of medkits. I don't want to be careless with their use, but I've definitely been hoarding too much.
Doubt is for the weak.
Oh, come on.
The whispers told me a secret.
Duty prevails.
My success is an irrefutable
Follow my lead.
The cogitator's screen reads, access code required. Breach the cogitator's defenses. The machine spirits look favorably upon you. You overcome the cogitator's defenses. A message archive loads up. Judging by the accompanying notes, the messages were meticulously transferred from paper to the sacred machine storage. Camille, do you recognize this Voxcaster? Yes, looks like one of ours. All our squads use them. So does this mean those bastards could have been eavesdropping on us all this time? That's why my squad got ambushed. Looks like. Are you blind, layperson? Every Voxcaster is unique. The distinct defects on the cover, the number signature on the antenna, the scintillating spectrum of the vid screen. How can you possibly mistake one for another? Rasping indignantly, the tech priest pokes a finger at the Voxcaster, which looks completely indistinguishable from any other Voxcaster you have ever seen. So we've taken back the caster, and now we are going to return it to the governor. You will not be spied on anymore. Good. That means that at least my comrades didn't die for nothing. There won't be any more ambushes thanks to them, and you. Go to missives. New missive. Heed the words of a harbinger of Aurora. Let it be known that to you who the prophesied hour is nigh, and the faithful must triple their efforts. Those who stand in the way of our salvation will be swept away. Let it be revealed to you that the enemy is about to receive reinforcements. Remember the name Constantinos van Valencius. His ship has already entered the system. We should expect this enemy to appear near our positions. Whoever rids our comrades of this threat will be granted Aurora's special blessing, a chance to stand at the prophet's side when the hour comes. Be vigilant. Let the final dawn come. Go to dispatches. Tell the Harbingers we've intercepted a convoy of the governor's underlings who were supposed to meet that von Valancius bloke. Only one out of the whole convoy got away, but he's not long for this world. No one's making it to the governor's hole, not that youngster or the ones he's supposed to meet. Our comrades have got their hands on the guard's Voxcaster, and these fools have no clue that we can hear all their comms. We know their every movement, and we're going to throw them a fine welcome party. Aurora must have no doubts that we'll do whatever it takes to stop her enemies. Let the final dawn come.
That wasn't so difficult.
The markings on this Voxcaster clearly indicate that it belongs to the planetary wardens. There are visible scratches and traces of blood on the device.
It's about time.
Okay. I'm trying to be somewhat systematic in how I go through all this. This vault cannot be opened via the cogitator. All that remains is to figure out how to awaken the machine spirit by supplying it with the motive force. The motive force will not be able to pass through an open circuit. The cables should be examined, and all sacred nodes should be checked.
Done.
You manage to decipher the technical litany. According to it, in order to perform the ritual of the motive force, you must supply power, make sure the relay is closed, check that the damper is latched, and that the supplementary external relay is shut. The supply must be correctly distributed, and in no case must the flow be reset before the circuit is closed. Well, they're not asking for much. Nothing happens. Your secular attempts affront the machine spirits. May the blind be forgiven for their ignorance. Okay.
Victory awaits.
I may write down the steps just so I...
Hey, what's that?
Okay, I can work with this.
Over there.
Let's deal with the traps first.
The Emperor favors me today. See?
Good
right
lord.
there. Never doubt me. Blessed be the road that we take.
Come on.
Pay attention. I better myself through my service. The Emperor favors me today.
Okay, I guess before we go any further...
We must act.
So, Blood of Martyrs. Whenever an ally uses a heroic act, they gain temporary... Commanding Voice is tempting. As is Resolve. Let's do the range, because that's going to help with the ability that removes debuffs. Ooh, Commerce and Persuasion are both pretty tempting here. So let's just take a quick look. So so I'm 85 on Commerce, 75 on Persuasion. So I'm top tier on both. I'll do Persuasion for now. Okay. Athletics. Contempt. Whenever an enemy attacks the warrior's next melee attack against that enemy deals an additional 7 damage. Desolation. Warrior's melee attacks deal an additional 3 damage to enemies that have no adjacent allies. Enrage and Thick Skin. I think I'm going to go for Contempt first, because I do ideally want to be going in groups of enemies. Adira. Instant exposure, Tide of Excellence. Whenever an operative triggers an exploit on an enemy, the operative gains +1 damage. Yeah, we should do Tide of Excellence. And not... Oh my god, there's so many. Aftershock is definitely tempting. Okay, I'm gonna have to reset this just so I can understand. What I need to understand right now are the attacks. So Psychic Shriek. So the thing here, right, is that it says it's damage, but it doesn't say it's a specific damage type. So it makes me wonder if any of those bonuses apply. And then we have... That can't be right. Where am I? Where's like... I have like my main attack. Oh, right, it's the Psychic Staff. Okay, so the Lightning Arc... Again, says damage, doesn't indicate a damage type. I'm just trying to think if there's a way for me to quickly find an example of something that does. Oh, hang on. Argenta should have a... Okay, so this says inflicting burning. Yes, okay, so if it says damage, presumably that is just straight up damage. And the abilities I have here, except for the flamer, do not deal any special kind of damage. That's going to be what I work with for now. So Aftershock presumably does not have any presumably Aftershock does not have any effect yet. I can definitely see Mind Thief, so I'll keep that as a potential one. The only thing I'll say for this, like, I like being able to build these characters and such, but I feel like I need to do homework each time I level up. I mean, we're not that far into the game, and the tricky part here is that there's a lot of information for me to read, but I'm not entirely sure I have a set of information with which I would come up with a long-term plan for building this character. But it's fine. Like we'll make it work. Thriving in Peril sounds kind of fun, but I think it was Mind Thief I was going to do. Yeah. Still trying to make sense of some of this. All right, Argenta, Camaraderie, maybe. Definitely Exploit Surroundings is tempting. Okay, Rack and Ruin, maybe. I think I'm going to do Exploit Surroundings first, though. Okay, so Adira is the highest awareness, which suggests to me, well, one of two things. Either I should prepare for her to go, or we put the point... Oh, I should keep in mind... Yeah, so... Argenta is definitely one of the higher awareness characters, but I think we'll double down on Demolition. Alright, finally Pascal. Yeah, we'll do Tide of Excellence. Oh dear. So filtering protocols is tempting given my tendency to use the plasma weapon. The only thing is that I'm not sure what I do with the extra AP because I've already finished my attack. I am tempted to do the Medicae Mechadendrite. I'll go for the utility Mechadendrite first, though. Okay. And let's take a minute here to clear out my inventory. So I think we can put the Hand Flamer into cargo. Unfading Valor was Argenta's. Sorry, I think I called it the Stub Carbine. So this does... It is slightly tempting to try and do the Stub Carbine. However, I believe Argenta has abilities that take advantage of the bolter. I will double check that, but we'll go without. Chainmail is medium. I can't see a situation where any of my units here would take advantage of this. Well, it seems like that's an improvement. There's almost no chance. What? Oh, no, hang on, but it's going to improve the tech use, so. Okay, that can go to cargo. Adira can do it, but yeah, this is not for me. I believe this used to be... Oh, actually, it's the exact same. Yeah. So... Warmonger Boots. Whenever the wearer kills 2 or more enemies with a single attack, the attack does not spend all of the wearer's MP. Man. So Adira is the most likely to take out more than one unit on their own. And as it happens, the Skirmisher boots... Okay. (15 armor against warp damage. Aurora's sermon. It's coming, it's drawing ever nearer. Heed the word of Aurora. Abandon all your mundane affairs. Ambition is but dust. Desire is but rust upon the metal of the soul. The final dawn is coming. It will put an end to all worldly vanities. A message from the Cache on Rykad Minoris. A harbinger reports Brother Twilight and his people were unsuccessful. A dangerous enemy, Constantinos von Valancius, foiled his plans. The duty is now upon us, Aurora's followers, to succeed where Twilight failed. And I think we're good to go with our loadouts. So, another F5. And at this point, I'm just going to grab my mobile and write out the... Okay, I'm actually going to write out the ritual here. I'm actually wondering what kind of appetite there is for me to take a break. There is something that I need to do before midnight, and I can do that now. However, I do know it's been a little bit of a sag in terms of the session. And, you know, I normally go for 3 hours, but we did have an extended chat at the start, so I don't mind going a little bit later. But if I do go a bit later, I'll probably want to take a break around the 3-hour mark. So if you have any strong feelings one way or the other, let me know. And when I'm done making this note, maybe I'll make a decision. I realize I can see it in the numbers. Usually when I take a break, that's when the concurrents sort of drop down. So I want to acknowledge that there's a cost. Okay. Supply power is closed. So let's see if I can... I have a feeling this is just going to make me feel like a moron.
A new challenge for me? I did fine.
These enormous humming transformers must be part of a single, much larger mechanism that supplies power to the whole hive. Okay, so... reset the supply of the motive force. The circuit is broken, and it looks like you will have to start everything from scratch. Nothing happens, yeah.
I'll lay claim to the stars.
The machine god grants me insight.
This ocular implant was a worthwhile investment.
Sins hidden in the heart turn all to decay. Never doubt me.
I won't tolerate weakness.
rebels, soldiers, and ordinary workers. Everyone perished under the rubble of the ruined bridge and buildings.
None shall stand in my way.
Okay, I'm not ready to go to the upper way yet, that's for sure. I'm definitely not ready to go to the sewers either. So presumably whatever I need to do is available in this room. Sorry, just bringing up my notes again. So let's try close the relay next. Nothing happens.
Victory awaits.
Everything appears to be correct. I'm not gonna lie, this feels like a lot more effort than I want to put into a puzzle like this, but...
A new challenge for me.
Alright, well I've tried all the relays, so... latch the damper next. Everything appears to be correct.
Follow my lead.
Supplemental external relay shut.
I
Are we
won't
having fun
tolerate
yet?
Weakness.
So the problem here, next one says supply correctly distributed, but secular attempts affront the machine spirits. So, I mean, I think we're back to square one on these.
I'll lay claim to the stars.
Circuit is broken. It looks like you have to start everything from scratch. Yay! All right. Tell you what. I am gonna do a break. I think I might look up how this works, because I don't know. Like, normally I like figuring stuff out on my own, but I will confess the idea of writing down a note and then having to guess among like multiple seemingly equal items around the level doesn't really strike me as the most fun to watch or do. So I'm just gonna accept the loss on that. But I think I'm going to take a small break. So I'm going to get a couple things done on this break. This will be. I'm not going to try and like make a big deal out of it. But I am going to just try and take the opportunity to catch up with a couple of things while I'm away. So if you have something you want to do, get a stretch, get a glass of water, spend some time away from the screen, whatever it is, definitely recommend that. I will try. I won't luxuriate, but I do need to get a couple things done. So I will try to be back in good time. But I do know it will be one of the longer ones. So just a heads up there. But I will see you all when I get back for more Rouge Trader. Okay, sorry for the wait, but I think I'm good to go with what I had in mind. Sorry, just give me one more minute here.
It's about time.
So, I did look up this puzzle. I found a subreddit post. I try not to like make it make subreddit my only source of knowledge, but sometimes, you know, you go with what you've been given. And what I particularly like, so it was Rogue Trader CRPG, quote unquote, riddle in warehouse on Rykad Minoris, and it talks about the puzzle. So, top comment: I can't fathom why they would make this. Then just put 2 shit weapons. You have picked up 100. I think it's that you have picked up 100 of, and discard from any of the enemies getting to that place. Extremely poor reward design. I came across this riddle today, and I honestly think the instructions are flat out wrong. With the reply, this game is baffling. Oh god, this guide is inaccurate and contains missing information. Ugh. This is wrong. God, I'm so mad that I looked at the rest of the comments now. Ah, Jesus, this doesn't make any goddamn sense. All right. The person who said that this worked for them put it on a map, but frankly, I don't find the map in this game helpful. So anyway, I was gonna say I don't want to be unkind to this game. Like it has some virtues. I think in this particular case, this is, in my opinion, poorly chosen. I think there are more interesting ways I can spend my time in the Warhammer 40k universe than running around the level doing these things. The one thing I will say for this is that I did register... when it says everything appears to be correct. So I did register that some of these seemed to be working and some of these, like, didn't. Yeah. I just don't know why... I'm not sure why they added multiple versions of okay. God, I hope this is right. Okay. But yeah, so I don't know why they chose to put in the red herrings. I'm really not sure what that adds to this experience. Cool. Yeah, fair enough. All right, Demon Tool. Whenever the wearer deals warp damage, the damaged character also suffers burning. Okay. That is presumably an Adira item. Although, I guess I need to pick, but yeah, we'll work with that. And then I suppose the next question is, I did originally want to handle this upper level first, and it looks like we've got 2 other places we can go. We can go to the sewers, and we can go to the upper way. I'll try the sewers first. Uncountable worlds are said to labor beneath the Imperium's yoke. The Coronis Expanse, where the realm of the Von Valancius dynasty is located, is but a sliver of humanity's dominion. Sorry, just give me a minute here. I had a cinnamon bun. Yeah, so actually there was one other thing I found kind of funny here, because we're...
Victory awaits.
First I hear some wicked laughter, now I'm seeing higher-ups in our dump. Must be going mad.
We should deal with this.
Voices belonging to the many residents of the lower levels merge into a single humming noise, unnerving and oppressive, much like the surrounding catacombs. Sorry, there was something I was going to say about that. So, oh yeah, so I do sometimes like it when people get a little testy in Warhammer 40k communities. And I when I say testing, like, I don't like fights breaking out, but I do like it when people offer, a cup of cold water. Or the, I don't know, ice bucket challenge makes me feel like I'm a billion years old. But yeah, it's just like, I'm trying to remember the exact way that somebody phrased this, but it was something to the effect of I think it's Drukhari. Anyways, Dark Eldar. I just think the Eldar couldn't be copyrighted, so they changed the name. So once upon a time, there was the Eldar. I think they got switched to the Eldari. But before that switch, I think people had, like, painted Dark Eldar armies, because there's, like, Dark Elves in Warhammer. But they weren't... I don't think they were canonical, and then Games Workshop decided to make Dark Eldar, which eventually became Drukhari. And basically, in fact, not unlike Warhammer as far as I can tell, they made them pirates. And I think the idea here is that, unlike the Eldari, who recognize their hedon... I think the idea here is their hedonism either created or manifested or otherwise got the attention of one of the Chaos Guards, Slaanesh. I realize people really get into Warhammer 40k lore, so I apologize in advance for not being super clear on this, but like I've tried to be aware without, I don't know. The Warhammer 40k fandom wiki is very instructive. It is detailed to a level of borderline unreadability. It really does teach you that, like, more words does not necessarily translate to a better understanding, let's say. But yeah, so the idea of the piracy with the Drukhari, the Dark Eldar, is that rather than recognizing the mistake, they have more or less gone all in with this relationship with the Chaos Gods. And the deal is that they will enjoy their continued existence and power, but only on the condition that they redirect the attention, that basically they maximize suffering and in fact try to produce as much as possible to feed the appetites of the Chaos Gods, and on the expectation that if they do not provide an alternative, they will be the ones to be consumed. And so the idea here is that if you are captured, so you've got Drukhari raiders going through the warp way or web way or whatever it's called, and the idea here is that being captured by the Drukhari is a fate worse than death. That they have dedicated a considerable amount of their technology towards prolonging suffering in order to ensure that that is not visited upon themselves. It's an existential issue for them. And so anyway, that's a huge amount of scaffolding to make this point here. But somebody said it was a lesson to the idea of, like, well, in the Imperium, if you're just a regular citizen, like, you'll work 18-hour days in a factory, and like surely there is no difference between being captured by the Drukhari and being a citizen of the Empire. And I think it was the top comment, but like one of the comments I loved out of this, it was like, it is painfully obvious some of you have never worked a day in your life. Like, working, 18 hours in a factory sucks, but it is not the equivalent of, being tortured and kept alive to extend the suffering as long as possible. So anyways, I find some of this stuff that I definitely find
Taught me how.
I definitely find the the factory worlds, the hive cities, to be really interesting. I mean, I think Necromunda is dedicated to the existence of hive cities and the underworld in them. So gang combat. And there's a Montreal studio. It's the same company that did the computerized version of Mordheim. Can I have the finest bar of corpse starch? So I'm not familiar, Lord Gloom, but welcome. And for those of you unfamiliar with Lord Gloom, normally highlight as a card game streamer and player of Escape from Tarkov, but lately has been enjoying the I was going to say remastered, but I believe it is called resynced version of Assassin's Creed 4 Black Flag, the pirate one. Definitely feel free to check him out. You feel a slight prickling sensation at the back of your head. The barrier between the worlds has grown so thin here that you can feel a breeze coming from the other side. Ah, gotcha. Yeah, I like it. I have little gaps of understand. Actually, it's probably better to say that I have vast gaps and little fragments of understanding in the Warhammer 40k use. But anyways, this Montreal company who did an adaptation of Mordheim: City of the Damned, which seemed to have been quite an interesting tabletop game that Games Workshop put out. I think there was the idea that you had this persistent roster that would sort of get wounds and change over time. Toxic flow of murky liquid comes down from the higher levels via ancient rusted pipes. But then they did a version of Necromunda.
You're always praying, Cog. Don't you ever bore yourself? Do you even know what fun is? What about jokes, huh?
The concept of humor has been detected in the catalogue. Demonstration. An ignorant layperson, a low-status candidate for servitorization, and a blasphemous augment thief walk into a bar, deprived of the omnisci's blessing.
I like this setup. But yeah, but what interested me was, so those seem to be, it's a little bit like sorry to talk about the Battletech adaptation so much, but Battletech, I think, is a pretty faithful transposition of tabletop rules into a digital environment. I'm not trying to suggest that it's like, there's a reason why I say transposition or adaptation, right? It's not that the computer is fully taking on all of the tabletop rules, but for all intents and purposes, it is a as comparable as you can get version of a tabletop experience in a digital environment, and the parts that don't line up are usually because it enhances the interactive version to not have those elements. So Mordheim is a turn-based strategy game. You move your units, you have the persistence of your group, etc., etc. And in the case of Necromunda, similar idea. Maybe you don't have like Warpstone, but you're managing your gang over multiple battles, and the idea here is that you can't just rely on them to be sort of meat to throw at the enemy. You do actually want to consider how this will affect the long-term health of your gang. But what I think has been interesting, and this is like an older game now, but I think one of the things that's been kind of interesting in terms of how Games Workshop has handled the property is that more and more of sort of the back catalog or the old games that they're doing are being not just used, but they're being used in genres that you wouldn't normally expect. So one of the Necromunda games for computer is Hired Gun, which is, as far as I can tell, is a first-person shooter. And I just think that's kind of a neat idea because you get to explore a bit more of the world, a certain perspective. You don't have the huge sort of kind of operatic scale of standard Warhammer 40k. You don't have the like massive scale of, say, epic 40K. I guess it's like epic Armageddon now or something like that. But you are experiencing the Hive City and sort of the life of a mercenary from a perspective that you don't normally experience in tabletop. And what I think is kind of interesting about that is that you have now it's almost like there's two classes of Warhammer 40K game. So you'll have, a Necromunda, or you'll have a, Total War Warhammer. There'll be things like that, and they would be more or less faithful realizations of the games. Or actually, Battlefleet Gothic would be another good example. So Battlefleet Gothic's a bit like Necromunda or Mordheim. Like it's a side project from the larger universe, and they're quite fun, but they're more or less sort of like, if you like playing the board game, you're probably gonna be inclined to try this this other game here. Whereas some of the other ones, and I think Hired Gun's probably one of the more I'd say it's probably a pretty representative of this doing it in a different style game. I would maybe say Gladius is possibly one of them as well, because, you don't normally have tiles in Games Workshop games, and the idea of sort of 4X, I don't know if there's a direct mapping of 4X onto
Attention to detail is the key to success.
I should say. You hear shrill, baleful giggling coming from behind you, and it is getting louder, but there is no one there.
I'll lay
You are outdated and suboptimal. Your body has suffered deterioration and requires modification.
Was it so difficult?
I'll see you destroyed.
Cool. Honestly, I don't think I don't know if range is going to matter that much here, but
Hold on.
Time to slaughter someone.
Can I fall back now?
all right. I was hoping I could do a little bit better than this, but I'm going to risk the attack. Actually, maybe we'll do a forewarning.
There is movement in the Imperium.
That was definitely not what I had intended, but
As the Emperor commands, I act. Doubt is for the weak. I will not.
YOLO.
As the Emperor commands. Faith without deeds is worthless.
Brutal.
I refuse.
Ah. That's gonna be a problem.
It will be done. I'm not interested. Indeed.
Let's make it quick.
God, how do I even do this? Let's take
Nothing I
Argenta.
can't do.
You serve me. I was kind of hoping we wouldn't kill the
All too easy.
civilians, but I'm actually gonna try bring it down.
Nothing I can't do.
Show me what you've got.
Okay. Honestly,
Running by now. Function successfully terminated.
it would have been nice to try and make some progress here, but I also need to be realistic about my my chances here in terms of actions.
The scriptural prognosis is favorable.
Let's get to it.
On here, maggot. Scared yet? Let's get to it.
Let's get to it. Let's make it quick.
Pain and duty go
Time
hand
to
in
slaughter
hand.
someone. Show me what you've got.
Patience has failed me.
Um,
The whispers call to me. Will do.
I am not in a great spot with this character.
Cover me.
Alright, now if Argenta can get some shots on the Herald, that would be best. Okay, looks like we got some possibilities here. I think I'm gonna go for the bird in the hand at this point.
God Emperor, move through me. Be the fire in my heart. As the Emperor commands.
So I'll confess, I'm glad I didn't invest too much in,
Doubt is for the weak.
I'm glad I didn't invest too much in chasing that down. I mean, if I want, I can try and spray down the rabble shooters, but that kind of feels like a waste of my my abilities here. Okay, Abelard sadly has to chop down the riffraff.
One fewer target. We'll rule the stars themselves. I took care of this one. Tried and tested tactics are the best ones.
Yeah, I don't want to actually run into the civilians. That would have been nice to declare that as a foe,
It
but
will be done.
Let's get to it.
I'm glad they didn't go for Adira. I'm gonna just say get back in the fight.
Got a problem for me.
This may not work, but
Suits my purpose. You didn't stand a chance.
okay.
On in, maggot.
Not crazy about these odds. I think maybe a better call. Oh wait, I don't have Medicae, so that won't help Adira. So I wouldn't have normally gone for this, but it looks like this does actually give me the best chance to do something to the enemies.
As the tactical imperative dictates.
Okay, unfortunately it didn't bounce, but I can work with this.
Side knows all, comprehends all.
Hold on.
Scared yet? Let's get to it.
Here we go.
Let's get to it.
I'm not really sure I can afford the Veil degradation here, so I think my best bet is to
What is this foreboding?
run and get some cover before I pay for it. Yeah, sadly line of sight's not on the books here. Well, hang on.
Anything else?
I'm most curious now if I can get a shot on the Herald. Probably not a good one, but
I will bathe this battlefield in righteous fury. This is why I was chosen.
I'm happy about that.
A tactically sound approach.
High momentum.
Okay, let's get Konstantinos up.
Already done.
Useless.
As the Emperor commands, I act.
I'll take it. Actually, that works great, because Abelard's going to be able to charge the thing right away.
That is not the Emperor's will. This is unacceptable. Power resides in the will of the righteous.
Let's go for
I'll
it.
do it. As the Emperor commands, none can escape the Emperor's
Oh, that's beautiful. Okay, I was wondering if taking out the Herald would save me the trouble of taking out the rabble, but looks like we need to deal with the brainwashed.
Time to slaughter someone.
Explorers know one route. Forward.
Doesn't look like that actually hit him, but I'll take it.
Running binary override. Request denied.
Yeah, we'll wait this out.
Let's make it quick.
Show me what you've got. I'm here, maggots.
I think it's still a good idea for Adira to make herself scarce.
They who discern the future on the battlefield. Was it you? Or... But of course.
As the Emperor commands, I act. Faith without deeds is worthless. Each strike is a prayer.
Okay, that's awesome. Unfortunately, I can't shoot the last of the Underhive rabble, so the run and gun is actually
I will not.
kind of wasted. But I think I can charge,
At your beck and call.
and then we can deliver the coup de grace.
One fewer target. Your seneschal is always there for you.
Now this is a funny one. So Adira got hit really hard, but it seems that she doesn't have a wound in this case. Hypnotizing Pendant. When the wearer successfully hits with a single shot attack, the target suffers slowed until the wearer's next turn. That's definitely an Argenta item.
Follow my lead.
Is that going to make me... Yeah.
We should deal with this.
I do like that this pauses before it commits me to, you know, blowing myself up on these, but
This ocular implant was a worthwhile investment.
I will say
Successful.
increases melee attack damage against demon enemies by 2 if the wearer has Conviction Dogmatic. The damage is increased by 4 instead. I like this, but I feel like...
A new challenge for
It feels like an Argenta thing, and Argenta already has a cape. But I will consider it. This filthy excuse for a table is smeared with someone's dinner consisting of algae and corpse starch, which Lord Gloom was referring to a little earlier.
None shall stand in my way.
So it seems like the sewers here are just for the fight? We sort of did a circuit and we, I mean, combat's fun. It's not terrible. It's kind of the second time I've sort of been left with the feeling it's like, is this all? Okay, we got Warden of the Expanse, unidentified void ship, no contracts. Yeah, it's funny. Like, find out. It feels like this would be one of the things that would fall under find out what's going on, but I feel like I've seen everything in here, and it didn't really give me anything other than a fight. Now, I am going to try, maybe against my better judgment, I'm actually going to try this path up here. I'm hoping I'll be able to orient myself back in the upper way. Oh dear. All right, not to backseat develop here. That was awesome to watch. Could you imagine if this game took the XCOM approach where you get like a critical hit and they did a cinematic like that when you, when you deliver a good hit in combat? I'm sure there's reasons not to do that, but...
Arbitrators, secure perimeter. Formation 4755. Lato, heal.
A powerfully built man among the fighters quickly surveys the battlefield. His face, determined and impassive, recalls those seen on statues of heroes of the Imperium. His gaze remains trained on you as he raises an iron fist. The huge cybermastiff immediately stops snarling in your direction and goes quiet at his master's foot, its stillness punctuated only by the thick globules of blood dripping from its metal fangs.
Proctor Exact Solomon Anthar of the Adeptus Arbates. State your name and the purpose of your stay on Rykadamanoris.
His voice is calm and even, yet his finger remains firmly positioned on the trigger of his weapon. Proctor. The title Proctor denotes a veteran arbitrator. In the hierarchy of the Adeptus Arbates, Proctors act as sergeants under the marshal's command. Proctors command small operational squads of the Adeptus Arbates and report directly to the acting marshal. Their duties range from capturing the most dangerous criminals in the Expanse to conducting routine patrols within Hive World districts. Adeptus Arbates. The Adeptus Arbates is an organization that defends and upholds the Imperium's sacred code of law, known as the Lex Imperialis. I'm Constantinos von Valancius, successor to the recently deceased Theodora von Valancius. I have come to this world on personal business.
So, Theodora von Valancius is dead. I will deliver this tragic news to Marshal Strax. I honor the pact your predecessor made with the Adeptus Arbates. I won't keep you any longer.
The arbitrator bows his head. What was the nature of the arrangement between the Arbites and Theodora?
Your predecessor made a formal alliance with us. She provided us with a headquarters on Dargonis and supported us in the collection and guarding of the Imperial tithe on several occasions. We, in turn, assisted Lady Theodora in enforcing the law on the worlds under her control.
The Imperial Tithe, a tax imposed on virtually every planet in the Imperium, which is collected by the Administratum under the watchful eye of the Adeptus Arbites. Tithe collection is a core element of the Imperium's economy. Terms of delivery are set by the Administratum and vary from world to world. It may be shipped daily or once every 50 years. The specific resources collected, such as food, industrial products, or even people, are determined by the tithe grade. The black ships come to collect their due independently of the imperial tithe, so worlds must pay both levies if they wish to avoid incurring the wrath of the highest authorities. What do you know of the situation on the planet?
Only that the governor is failing in his responsibilities. This is a planet-wide rebellion, and it reeks of madness, or worse, of witchcraft. The rebels are blinding both themselves and others, and their ravens are the most insane and unholy thing I've ever heard.
What are you and your people doing here?
Removing obstructions to an official inquiry. My unit and I came here to investigate the disappearance of one particularly valuable ship, but the mutinous scum got in the way. Now we are having to deal with them too.
Are you not supposed to help the governor regain control of this world? I thought that maintaining order was the foremost duty of any arbitrator.
Not every uprising demands action by the Adeptus Arbates. For now, I am simply assessing the situation, and if our investigation requires that the rebellion be crushed, then we will intervene. Still, the governor had best put a stop to this bedlam. He is not here to just sit and look pretty.
What's this about a missing ship?
It's about a tithe ship. A vessel loaded to the brim with planetary tithes, amassed over a considerable period, suddenly went dark as soon as it departed Academy.
What does the stolen tithe entail?
Resources that every world is under obligation to relinquish for the good of the Imperium. In the case of Academy, they include the ceramited explosive reagents produced on Ricadi Filia, armor glass, medical supplies, and guardsmen, a living tithe to be recruited into the regiments of the Astra Militarum. Cargo like that is particularly dangerous in the hands of heretics, as it can be easily converted into wealth or used for military purposes.
Not at the Cyber Mastiff. That is one fearsome-looking dog. I was impressed by its performance in battle.
That skirmish just now, Glato didn't even get to show off a tenth of what he is capable of. But he is quickly catching up with me for who's killed the most heretics today.
What do you intend to do next?
Fight our way to the local Administratum Palace and ascertain whether a fire or some other disaster hasn't destroyed the documents related to the investigation. I hope the clerks were smart enough to put the records before their lives. If the Emperor favors us, we will extract the data we need, or else interrogate the survivors before we pay a visit to the governor. The questions we have for him are beginning to pile up.
The Cyber Mastiff lets out a low growl and leans forward, somewhere to the side. Solomorn fires a shot in the same direction without even looking. You hear a stifled, gurgling rattle.
Arbitrators, eliminate the surviving rebels. Now is not the best time for conversations. With target practice standing around like this. Unless you have more questions, I will proceed with my assignments.
So the governor is a suspect?
Every citizen of this planet is a suspect. But Governor Medina is under particular scrutiny. Seizing the sacred tithe requires access to information, resources, and power. The governor fits that profile. Then there's this rebellion. Convenient. How many records and crucial witnesses do you think will be lost? Some people might call it a cover-up. I do not like how aptly this term describes the present situation.
I'm on my way to see the governor myself. You and your unit could accompany me.
I must refuse. Our mission and the Marshal's orders take priority, even over a request from an individual as empowered as you.
I have no more questions.
May the Emperor watch over us. That way, this meeting won't be our last.
Okay. I need to find where I am. Serve the Emperor in your heart and deeds when you join the ranks of his illustrious army, the Astra Militarum.
I'll lay claim to the stars.
The Arbitrator's arrival was certainly a welcome sight. Hopefully they will help to put things back in order around here.
Fight heresy, serve a higher purpose, safeguard humanity's dominion.
Not happening, old man. All they care about is their tithe. Even if the Coronis expanse turned upside down, they wouldn't bat an eye.
This is actually a little weird. I'm trying to find out where I am in the... world. Like, this does not feel connected to where I was before.
Over there. Attention to detail is the key to success.
Nothing escapes my sight. The Emperor favors me today. Duty prevails. I better myself through my service. The Emperor favors me today. Never doubt me. I better myself through my service.
Weakness.
Clearly oblivious to your presence, the soldier mutters incoherently and does not react to anything around him. Right. Finest Hour. The target of Finest Hour gains additional bonuses. During their turn, the target deals 3 times Officer's Fellowship bonus damage. Until the end of the combat, the target gains the effect Voice of Command. Target of Finest Hour gains more bonuses. All negative effects are immediately removed. And until the end of the turn, Officer's next turn, the target cannot die. Target gains 3 times Officer's Fellowship bonus, temporary wounds. And target of Finest Hour gains an extra... During the extra turn, their non-attacking abilities cost... Okay, no, we're going to improve the damage. Daring Breach also grants plus 10 movement points until the end of the turn. The warrior does not provoke attacks of opportunity. Until the end of combat, the warrior gains plus 4 MP for each kill and may use their MP after attacking or using abilities. For 1 round, the warrior becomes the priority target for every enemy hit by their melee attacks. Also, the warrior gains plus 20% parry and 2 deflection until the end of the combat. Or this turn, melee attacks deal an additional warrior's strength bonus divided by 2 damage. What's the strength look like? I mean, 40 is not bad, but... I'm debating if the movement or the strength. Let's do the strength. Okay, until the operative's next turn, the target cannot move. By the end of combat, the target's MP are reduced by 3. Also cripples the enemy, reducing their weapon and ballistic skill by 30. Also intimidates enemies in a 5-cell radius around the target, reducing their dodge and armor. Or this target provokes attacks of opportunity whenever it attacks. Let's do the reduction. Magenta Firearm Mastery. Until the end of the soldier's turn, they gain +4 MP, and their attacks do not spend MP. Until the end of combat, the soldier's rate of fire is increased by 30%. Until the end of combat, the soldier's attacks are 20% harder to dodge. And ranged attacks gain armor penetration. And until the end of the soldier's turn, each of the area attacks... I think we're going to go for things that make her more deadly. And for our operative, I think I will do the same before. Although in this case, we will now be improving our logic. All right.
A new challenge for me?
We should deal with this.
Ancient Terra Monocle, the wearer's lore Imperium tests depend on a fellowship instead of intelligence and gain a +3 bonus. I think given that my logic is at 38, probably better to give these... They just switch sides, huh?
None shall stand in my way.
Yeah, I'm most inclined to going back to the lower level at this point. Although while we're up here, I might as well, you know, look around.
It's about time.
That's not good. Some 10 people, children among them, are huddling together in fear. The elder family members are doing what they can to calm the young. Several armed insurgents are watching the frightened yet unharmed hostages, but the watchers themselves are looking around nervously. Come to your senses, Arlid. Look at what you're doing to your own family. A woman of about 60, gray-haired but still strong, is kneeling before a stocky man with a thick, pure white beard, stretching her arms towards him. Take pity on us. Let us go. Can't you see I'm trying to save you? The man clutches his weapon tightly. Only Aurora can help us. Why can't you understand that? Upon seeing you, the man points his weapon at you. The other insurgents do the same. Who are you and what do you want? Look at what fear has done to you. I see my past self in you, broken, humiliated, cloaked in disgrace. Is that how you wish to be remembered by the Emperor's servants? But all I wanted was to save... The man drops his weapon and covers his face with his hands in desperation. You hear several short sobs. The old woman rises from her knees and approaches her husband. I know you're trying to save us, but there's still a way to set things right. The old man gestures to the other insurgents, who lower their weapons. Then he shifts his gaze to you, trying to hold back tears. What happens to us now? As much as I'd like to be dogmatic, your family may go, and so may you, but make sure I do not ever see you again. The hostages begin to leave, and soon the group disappears around one of the bends. The old man looks away from them and walks in the opposite direction. His shoulders shake with sobs every now and then. I do like that I'm not committed to just annihilating. Success is measured in blood, yours and your enemies. I do like that I'm not... I like that I'm not committed to just blowing away everything I run into in this. The cover was haphazardly assembled from whatever the rebels could find.
This ocular implant was a worthwhile investment.
Okay. Argenta's about to step on the trap.
The light of terror shines for us. See, right there.
Victory awaits.
This may be... This looks like it's the way back to the warehouse. Alas, we can't know for sure. In fact, it is quite likely not.
Follow my lead.
The goods in this stall are a stark contrast to the rest of all the nearby shops. The jars are labeled all-purpose synth powder. Fills you up no matter what. Made in Necromunda's best factories.
I won't tolerate weakness.
What's that? Command center. Good lord. All right. I still want to finish the stuff we started in the last map. Okay, well, I'm going to impose a little more discipline on this here. So we're going to head back to the sewers. We're going to go back out the warehouse entrance. Imperium's unswerving hostility towards anything that challenges its laws and dogma has calcified over thousands of years. Anyone who deviates from this sanctioned hatred risks their very life. Rogue traders are immensely wealthy and do not use mere currency for their trade operations. The sum of all your currently available sources of wealth is measured in profit factor. Okay. So yeah, at this point we might as well... Well, hang on, before I do that. Let's just see if there's anything at the end here.
A new challenge for me?
Yeah, there's a lot of stuff we haven't checked out here yet.
I won't heed your cries of mercy.
I'll bleed you dry.
Okay, I think what I probably want to do here is take Abelard.
Attention to detail is the key to success.
That's good to know. There isn't really any cover that I can put my well, sorry, I say that and immediately find cover. We'll work with this. Right.
Anything else? Farewell. On it.
Victory is imminent. I took care of this one.
But apparently that's not the end of the oh dear. I was not expecting to have to do that full round. All right. Definitely going to want to prioritize getting rid of the trap.
Stay vigilant. My faith strengthens me.
I'll do it.
Okay, there's nothing for me to shoot, so...
Out of my way. Let's get to it.
Ooh,
Let's see how they
serve me.
respond to this.
Hold on.
So I'm not too worried about this. We should be able to take them out before there's like real consequences. I think I'll actually maybe let Pascal be the one to handle that.
Activate calculated fury algorithm.
Pretty low chance, but I think it's worth taking the shot at least. Alright, at this point, I think we
I've seen
just
worse
need to do a
battles than this in my
standard
time.
move and charge.
Indeed. One fewer target.
Nice. I sort of feel like Abelard's is strong enough that we should be able to like let him just run in and tear everyone apart, but I don't want to overcommit here. In fact, actually, I'd argue disarming the trap at this point is probably a waste of time, but
That's not the Seneschal's job.
I should still probably do it. I can see a lot of really stupid ways in which I will get nailed by that. Okay. So Argenta's going to have to risk the sharpshooter for a little bit.
The Emperor favors me
Oh,
today.
cool. All right. Not quite what I was expecting. Oh, that looks good.
Doubt is for the weak. I'll do it. This is why I was chosen. As the Emperor commands, I act. I am his will made manifest.
Manfest.
I'll do it. None can escape the Emperor's judgment.
So I have a feeling that the battle's going to be considerably easier with the sharpshooter out of the picture.
Doubt is for the weak.
Here we go.
I wonder with some of this dialogue if there was a plan to have orcs in at some point. Where's Constantina? Okay. This rebel's gonna move first, so I shouldn't get too cute with this.
All too easy.
problem for me.
Let's get to it.
Not ideal. Oh, he's proper dead.
Heavy is the tread of his faithful. Insignificant value.
I know what is to come.
High momentum.
My place is at the fore.
You know what? I probably screwed up the charge here. Yeah.
I'd rather not. I'm not interested.
Not quite how I wanted to do this, but
Tried and tested tactics are the best ones. It will be done.
probably should have thought that through.
At your beck and call. I will do my duty.
Okay. At this point, we just need to actually get my people in place. I have a feeling that Abelard's going to finish everyone off before
I refuse.
we can do anything meaningful. Oh, this is interesting, though. I don't know if he's going to be able to get up on the... we'll see how it goes. Should probably follow Argenta.
Nothing I can't do.
Advancing.
This is a really weird environment to fight in. Like, there's just this big, long walk to get to the enemies. But that's fine. Like, it's not overly annoying, but it is. It just feels a little strange. Okay, well, I think my best bet here is to charge the baddie.
Indeed. I took care of this one.
I still don't know what movement up here is going to look like, but...
Victory is imminent.
The enemies of the Emperor will be undone. I'll do it.
Okay. That's a nice one to work with.
Faith without deeds is worthless.
Cool.
My tactics are flawless.
We may be able to spare ourselves the trip upstairs.
Already done.
I'll do it. Eradicated.
How you doing, Rive Snow?
When the faithful are idle, heresy grows.
I don't know if you were around when I was talking about the Dark Eldar, but that seemed to be a topic you were interested in. Or Drukhari, I guess.
None shall stand in my way.
For those of you who do not know Revive Snow, lovely fellow Canadian broadcaster, and has a really interesting channel, does camless, voiceless streams as a VTuber, and I have always felt tremendously welcome whenever I'm in there. It's one of these things that you know, I do a lot of shout-outs. I hope they don't ever come off as insincere, because I don't necessarily want to, I don't want to overwhelm, or I don't want to, overdo it. But I think there's lots of opportunities to, find out about new things and, and be interested. So I also don't want to deny people the chance to find something new that they may enjoy. But another reason why I like shouting out a lot of these streams are that many of them on their own. My eyes. Have you got them? Please give them back to me. Even just one, please.
Follow my lead.
But one of the things I really appreciate about the diversity of streams that I've gotten to see on here. Sorry, I'm just trying to find out where everything is. I always kind of get to learn what's possible in terms of streaming. I'm just going to take a minute here to... Actually, here, I can pause. So, for instance, we rated El Canu recently. I'm pretty sure we rated El Canu recently. And so the reason why I checked him out was that all of the people... I was looking for a game. It's kind of an older one now, but it's Satellite Reign, which is sort of a spiritual successor to the old Bullfrog game Syndicate. And I was on the fence about buying it. It seemed interesting, but I wanted to see what it was like. And I will actually tell you, all the English-speaking streamers made the game look very boring. They did not talk over the game. It was quite slow-paced. I was sort of starting to think, oh, that's a real shame. Like that looked like such an interesting game, but it really just seems to be the visuals going for it. And because I still sort of felt that there was maybe something that I was missing. I can't quite articulate why. But I said, maybe I should check out the French streams. And because like the reason why I specifically chose French is that I do want to learn it, and I'm probably not going to, it's not going to be how I, I'm probably not going to get a lot from the streams, but it's like, I should give this a shot. And El Canu is streaming Satellite Reign. And I really liked it. I actually bought the game after he was done streaming. But on top of that, one of the things I really appreciated about El Canu was that even though I didn't necessarily understand the exact words that were being spoken, I was able to enjoy sort of his camera presence and his ability to, just carry the stream, even though I wasn't necessarily relying on the content of what he was saying. And he's also a nice streamer. He's a nice guy, so that's my opportunity to try and learn a little bit of French. But that was really where I started kind of keying into broadcasters who had a unique feature and sort of taught me how much bigger the format is than what I appreciated. So, I have the conscious choice of not putting a camera on the screen, and it's largely because I prefer it that there be the game, there be minimal interruptions to the game. So this is the reason why I don't have like chat on the screen, and that if you follow, if you sub, if you donate to the stream, those are things where I think people kind of want to see their name appear on the screen. So I think that's a reasonable trade-off. I don't want it to be that there's absolutely nothing that appears on the screen. But for the most part, I think one of the things that I want to do is that people do, or at least used to, comment on the qualities of the voice. And so being able to emphasize that, even playing games like this, which have parts that aren't voice acted, so I'm able to talk about the lore, for instance, that's nice to have. It's an opportunity for me to play to a relative strength, at least. And in this case, I'm not exactly, I'm not enamored of my, this may be not the right word, but like, I don't necessarily consider my appearance to be the selling feature of anything. Like I'm not gonna, there's a really annoying type of, I don't know if this is a nerd thing or just a general insecurity thing, but like, I'm not gonna turn around and be like, oh, I'm repulsive. Like, no, nobody cares. Like it's, I am pretty much by any definition, like the statistically likely answer is average, right? So but this is the thing, right? Like if I have a unique feature that people like, and something that would be, without too much self-loathing, like let's say unremarkable, well, clearly I want to be focusing on the added value, and that means drawing as much attention to the two elements that people seem to like, which would be either 1, the voice, or 2, the game. But, the thing is that I do need to put some effort in terms of being able to make sure that all of the the non-verbal parts of communication are otherwise handled in terms of the stream. So if I have extended periods of silence, that actually can work. It's not radio, so you don't need to be constantly talking all the time. It's a good idea to do that, but you don't need to be a complete chatterbox to be able to sort of have sort of the emotional highs and lows. But you do want to be intentional in it, and where you can't express things through words alone or intonation, you just want to find a way to navigate it. Or I mean, you don't, and then you either mess up or there's a misunderstanding, or it's an opportunity to improve as a broadcaster. But one of the things is that I am able to, I still have a few dials that I can turn in order to be able to, communicate things, right? Even if I'm moving my hands or something like that. The fact that some of you will know if I'm smiling, just by the way that I sound, even if, you don't actually see it, that means something, right? That helps communicate. What interests me about Revive Snow is that I would have thought, like I've joked about being a voiceless camless streamer before. Revive Snow does it. And so even independent of the vocal qualities that I rely on, Revive Snow is actually able to create a really welcoming and interesting atmosphere without, with an even more minimalist. I'm sorry, I should be careful in terms of minimalist setup. Like obviously a VTuber is a layer above what I have on my own broadcast. But again, that's just another example in terms of something I wouldn't necessarily go and look for myself. I do not mean this as a slight to Revive Snow, but if I saw a thumbnail of a Revive Snow broadcast, it's not necessarily going to be the first one that I click on, right? It would, I would look for a, probably something like Cultist Simulator or that. But as it happened, Revive Snow was doing Phantom Brigade. And I really enjoyed watching the Phantom Brigade broadcast. And then, I kind of keep coming back and realize that, you have to judge a stream by its thumbnail, because what else are you going to look at? But, in this case, if I had made a judgment based off of what I think is possible on Twitch, I would have missed the opportunity to experience something new and interesting. So, anyways, that's a really long way of making the point, but it is one of the reasons why I like taking the time to be able to sort of shout this stuff out, because I feel like there's a lot of streams out here, right? Everybody wants to be an influencer now. Everybody, there's a number of people who want to make money doing this. There's a number of people who like doing this as a hobby, but there's no shortage of things that will be demanding your attention. And so rather than just, say, oh, this person's nice to me, so I'm going to shout them out. And, being nice to people is a nice quality, but it doesn't necessarily mean like, it's not like I am a machine that will turn your time into favors for people who are nice to me. What I want to do is give you a reason for checking these things out. And so, yeah, a lot of the time, these are people who've taught me that Twitch is a much bigger place and there's more potential in terms of streaming than I normally realize. That's why I like taking the time to comment on it. Someone had the misfortune of resting here when the first explosions rang out. Just going to take a minute here and see if I can... Yeah, well, I don't think we have another person who's going to use a bolter. I am curious about the sniper rifle. I'll say no for now. Sturdy shotgun's tempting. What is... Yeah, we've already got the flamer. Like to keep this for close encounters. Okay. Wearer this helmet gains 12 armor. Helmet also grants a bonus to fellowship, so definitely a better replacement for me here. I do kind of wish that this stuff would tell me, like, so it's all well and good to say shield bash, but I wish it would tell me, like, what character's going to do that. I mean, I guess at least in this case it says... Oh, but it says arbitrator's coercion, so I'm not an arbitrator. Yeah, we'll leave that there. Sniper gloves. Wearer deals 5 damage. Blessed Cape increases melee attack damage against demon enemies by 2. If the wearer has Conviction Dogmatic, the damage is increased by 4, but we don't do melee. This is tempting. I'm wondering... See, it's just the fact that it's limited to demon enemies that makes this less enticing. Okay, I think we can live with this. And I believe we've now properly explored this part of the map. There's just that last little bit over here that I wanted to check out.
My success is an irrefutable certainty.
So I noticed there's a new chainsword in here. Officer's chainsword. A well-balanced variation of a standard issue chainsword used by the officers of the Imperium. Works for me. And then I don't think this is... Yeah, so the... I thought this said that you needed heresy. Yeah, heretical. But the problem with this one is the dodge penalty, so... From your vantage point, it does not seem like this lavish mansion has been damaged by explosions, but you cannot enter. Something is blocking the entrance from the inside. Is that something budget? You can gain the trust of vendors in the Coronis Expanse by providing them with cargo you find on your journeys. This will increase your reputation and expand vendors' stocks.
I won't tolerate weakness.
All right. We were already here. So, my guess is that when it says go, I believe it said westward. Hang on. So I can go down, but I can't go up. Okay, fair enough. I'm going to take the long way just because I have a feeling that I kind of know how all the map sections join together now. Which, if that's true, it means we can make some meaningful progress on the map.
A new challenge for me.
By the way, Snow, please don't make this feel like you're getting homework or something like that, but do you play CRPGs? Is this the sort of thing that you're interested in? Every ranged weapon in the game has an effective range and a maximum range. Hit chance at maximum range is halved. Yep, this is exactly where I thought we were. So if I recall correctly, we already examined the whole area here. So we've got the command center or the lower... We already did the lower level. So I guess we go to the command center. You played this for some time, but so much reading.
None shall stand in my way.
You read books? Fill your mind with other people's thoughts? Some shots are able to pierce enemies and deal damage not only to them, but also to characters behind them. This effect is called overpenetration. Alright, we're going to talk to the governor. The formidable shells for large caliber weapons are being stored right in the command center. Emperor protect you, your lordship. It's a bloodbath outside, but nothing can threaten you here, your lordship.
Victory awaits!
They're scrabbling around, digging into my skull from the inside. Ah, it's like nails dragging down these metal walls.
I have conducted a visual survey of the locale. The bunker's metal cladding is fully intact and undamaged.
These heavy chains are used to adjust the height of the command platform.
It's about time.
This cogitator looks a lot older and more worn than the ones next to it. However, it has evidently been well cared for. Numerous parts have been replaced, not a single key is jammed, and fresh seals with prayers to the Omnissiah adorn its surface. One of the side panels has been removed. Bundles of gold knot cables run from the inside to a small data crypt that was connected only a short while ago. The screen reads, awaiting access code. Force access to the cogitator. You have bypassed the security layers. The cogitator is ready to reveal its secrets. Go to Sacred Computation 78025M. Upon Logis Abel's orders, the archives of every augur station on Rykad Minoris and the two primary satellites of Rykad Star have been queried. Said satellites are named Majos Smaruf and Zafre the Keen, after the two great champions of faith whose external cogitators were placed inside the satellite's core after their shells perished. The purpose of the sacred computation, requested by the Logis, is to uncover the external influence behind the ongoing insurgency. Yeah, I agree with that, Revive Snow. I mean, we're an hour and a half past my normal finishing time, and we're still on the very first mission that I went on. Computation result positive. Multiple instances of interference and malfunction detected, suggesting that the ships moving across the system deliberately blinded the sacred augur's eyes. The first of these ships is thought to have arrived 2 Rykad Minoris cycles ago, early in the winter. The most recent one arrived a month ago. Augur sensor technology that allows void ships to scan planets, spot enemies, and obtain various other kinds of crucial data at great distances. Logis Abel's conclusion, the insurrection on the planet had been long in the making, with the participation of external actors. It is alleged that 2 cycles ago, Aurora arrived in the Rykad system, the rumored unholy prophet of the insurgents. The subsequent ship movements can be attributed to weapon deliveries, but what is the nature of their activity near Rykadi Philia? Governor Medine's attention must be drawn to, the final entry cuts off abruptly. Go to recent observations. The satellite Magus Maruf reports that a ship has translated into the system. Its signature is consistent with the records of the flagship of a rogue trader dynasty, House von Valancius. The satellite Zafre and the Keen reports that a ship drifting nearby has hurriedly sped away. The ship has sent an encrypted Vox transmission to the insurgent-controlled areas of the surface of Rykad Minoris. Another transmission was directed to the planetoid Rykadi Philia. Both transmissions were signed Brother Twilight. Their contents could not be decrypted. Go to be investigated. The entry contains planet-side coordinates marked as heavy augur station jamming, possibly a hidden insurgent base. The heavy hum of this massive cogitator runs down the metal walls of the bunker, filling the entire command center. All right, let's get our levels. I think I was going to do commerce and persuasion. Sort of, all right, I guess willpower now? I think desolation's where I go now. And I guess it's weapon skill. Okay, I guess we do logic now. I don't like that we're sort of doubling up on some abilities, but I do like going for the recommendations. Governor Medne, a tall, dark-skinned man, turns towards you and greets you in a curt military manner. Faisal Rykad Abmenide af Coronis, governor of this star system. Welcome to my temporary headquarters. The man's gaze falls on Abelard, his eyes slightly narrow. Where's Arian? Abelard nods dryly. Governor Medne, my greetings. I'm not seeing the convoy I'd sent to meet you. What happened? Did they fail to find and escort you? If so, I promise you their punishment will be swift and severe. What a curious exchange of pleasantries. Is there some kind of discord between you and Abelard? No, of course not. An old misunderstanding. Over a century old by now. It isn't worth your time, Lord Captain. You did a 19-hour stream with this? Good lord. What kind of character did you play, Revive Snow? The convoy was ambushed. There were no survivors except Private Camille Regius. I must commend his extraordinary loyalty and resilience. Only one good soldier in the whole convoy. Pathetic. Head to the barracks, Private, and await new orders. Your Lordship, before we proceed with discussing the matters that are of interest to you, there is a question I feel compelled to ask. It was only recently that Lady Theodora was the head of House von Valancius. I have received no word of her demise. How is it that you are now the rogue traitor? My esteemed predecessor died at the hands of cultists. May the Emperor incinerate their souls. The governor frowns, and a deep shadow falls over his face. Rogue traitor von Valancius, slain! Unthinkable. Please accept my deepest and most sincere condolences, your lordship. Do not hesitate to let me know how I might be of help. I need fresh crew to replace those killed in the attack on the ship, and I need material compensation. The governor bows his head in acceptance. Of course, your lordship. You will be compensated for any losses, and I'll see to it personally that your ship's hold are filled with the finest goods from my personal reserve. Abelard nods in approval and remarks quietly, "Excellent, your lordship. A rogue trader has no use for leniency. I can offer you several thousand fine, obedient servants. However, I'm sad to inform you that I won't be able to do it until we've dealt with the insurgency on the planet. I'm sure you won't have to wait long. The rabble will soon be duly punished for their heretical scheming." I wish to commend the courage of one of your officers, Sergeant Malgar. He and his soldiers valiantly defended the starport. A sergeant who managed to impress a person of such noble standing will be recommended for decoration. My kinsman Kunrad Voitvir von Valancius has betrayed our dynasty and the Imperium. If he is hiding in this system, I want him handed over to me. Voitvir is a traitor. Any family, however noble, has an unworthy scion or two. Naturally, we will surrender him should we find him within my jurisdiction. Unfortunately, I have no information regarding this location. However, the governor pauses to think. We have a cogitator here at the command center. It's connected to a data crypt from Logis Abel's sanctum. It aggregated all the Lex Mechanic reports. Unfortunately, the access prayer for it is unknown to me. If you manage to convince the stubborn machine, you might learn something about Conrad's movements. I'd hazard he'd fled from you on a ship, not a pair of wings. Lex Mechanic is a low-ranking tech priest. Heinrichs von Kalox, an interrogator of His Most Holy Inquisition, is operating in your system. Do you know where he is? The governor lowers his voice. I do. Master von Kalox has left for the hallowed electrodynamic Cenobium. It's an ancient monastery of the Adeptus Mechanicus. I don't know what his objectives are. Needless to say, insurgent activity has been observed in the monastery's vicinity. But I suppose that's too petty of a problem for an agent of the Most Holy Inquisition. Besides, I've already sent a small detachment of reinforcements there. The weapon the insurgents were using to shoot down shuttles over the city has been destroyed. Now nothing is preventing you from returning to your ship. If you wish to find Master von Kalox, you should go to the Cenobium of the Adeptus Mechanicus. Notes of anxiety creep into the voice that rattles from Pascal's vox. On behalf of the priesthood of Mars, I, Magus Hanuman, am officially initiating my participation in the operation. I must inspect the state of the relic and assure myself that it is under zero risk of falling into heretic hands. According to the catechism of maintenance and operation, my tech comrades were supposed to lock the monastery gates against laypeople and activate the traps. I deem it optimal that an ordained magos should provide his assistance. I categorically object. The governor clenches his fist. As much as I respect the sanctity of your monastery, I have on my hands a whole capital that needs to be attended by the Omnissiah's servants. We have lost many eminent tech priests. Incidentally, one of them perished in that same monastery. Mechanical failures could occur at any moment. Putting it bluntly, you may consider yourself forcibly recruited into the city's defense forces. Mednay and Pascal glare at each other, their unyielding gazes like crossed swords. You've picked an interesting time to quarrel with a servant of the Omnissiah, Governor. A critical situation calls for decisive action. I simply cannot let every learned tech priest go to their death the moment they hear about an endangered relic. I need people who can do more than praise the Omnissiah to look after the capital and its millions of citizens. This Majos is part of my retinue. You have no right to give him orders. You mistake me for a fool. I know that he arrived separately from you, and I would bet my life that no... The governor's voice dies down in a low growl of a driving mechadendrite. Its tip is directed straight at the bridge of his nose. Mednay clears his throat and grumbles stubbornly. So this is the negotiation technique that you've resorted to. Do you think this is the first time I've been threatened with a weapon? No, but this could be your last. Pascal's voice is akin to the sound produced by his drilling implement. Steady and calm, but ready to explode at a moment's notice with the crunching of bone and the squelching of tearing flesh. I am heading to the monastery because I must. Is that clear? The governor mutters through gritted teeth. Abundantly so, Majos. It would be my pleasure to assist the Omnissiah's servant in reaching the sanctum. Thank you for your cooperation, your lordship. The drill stops. As compensation for your consideration of my request, I, Majos Hanuman, officially undertake to accompany you in the Rykad system in the role of bodyguard and to protect you at all costs until your life functions cease, but only within the limits of the Rykad system. You're Hanuman. Glad you're alive. The governor raises an eyebrow and stares at the text priest in surprise, but refrains from further commentary. What has perplexed you about my companion's name? The governor looks at Pascal with curiosity. According to the reports we received, Logis Abel Hanuman set off for the hallowed electrodynamic cenobium a short while before it was stormed. I'm glad to find out that you're safe. Perhaps you possess information on Master von Kalox? Pascal's vox rasps in confusion. My name is Pascal Hanuman, not Abel. I know nothing about such a person. What do you know about this Abel, Governor? I never met him in person. That esteemed Logis supervised the work of Rykad Minoris's Lex Mechanicus for many years. However, he rarely left his cyber chapel, and I never had the honor of making his acquaintance. A true anchorite. Where can I get more information on this individual? I would have suggested that you inspect the esteemed Logis' sanctum, but it was destroyed by the rebels. We recovered several data crypts connected them to the cogitators at the command post. They might provide you with some information. It is amazing that a mechanical voice from a vox can sound so confused. That name might have been used as a signal intelligible only to its intended recipient. In that case, its bearer might be Archmagos Amernat, recognized master of technological or scientific discipline within the cult Mechanicus. Initiating an investigation and data collection procedure. Idira tenses up and listens, then turns around sharply to face Pascal. I can hear my friend's snide whispers through the door. Be careful on your search, Majos. If you stare into a shattered mirror for too long, you might see yourself in it, in every shot at once. Mending it is that much more of a tainted affair than the new reflection is deathlike. Why did he fly to the monastery? That seems suspicious. When a Logis of the Adeptus Mechanicus wants to go somewhere, we don't ask why, your lordship. I see. Glad to be of service, your lordship. Is there anything else I could do on this planet or in this system while I wait for the end of the revolt? There's a Navis Nobilite station in this system, but those hermits don't do business with anyone. Not even I have ever been invited on board. However, they've been known to make exceptions for members of rogue trader families. Perhaps they'll make one for you. If you'd like a distraction, a smaller and safer uprising to suppress your leisure... If you'd like a distraction, a smaller and safer uprising to suppress at your leisure, there is a planetoid in my system called Rykadi Philia. It hosts a prison colony whose inmates rebelled at the same time as the heretics on the planet. It's an all-round preposterous situation. It should only have taken us a couple of orbital shots to take care of them, but the governor slightly purses his lips. Yvain Winterscale went there. He is a relative of my Shurazan, the great rogue trader Caligos Winterscale, the master of the system and a dozen others. I imagine the young Lord Winterscale is very eager to prove himself to his distinguished kinsman. I saw no reason you should not join him. It's a small planetoid, the prisoners' numbers are few, and they have little in the way of weapons. It's more sport for noble lords than a real rebellion. Yvain, Abelard mutters, stroking his beard. One of his distant younger offspring, yes. That's as much as I know about him, which means he hasn't distinguished himself in any meaningful way. Are you so confident that you will crush the insurrection soon? My own impression has been the exact opposite. Is that so? The governor maintains his composure. I'd like to hear your reasoning. The rioters are too well organized, too well informed, too well armed. There are signs of indoctrination into heretical beliefs. They are clearly being directed by someone competent and charismatic. Governor, you are dealing with an arch-enemy cult that is growing at an alarming rate. Governor Medine hesitates before answering, his face slowly turning purple with anger. Your lordship, he grits out through teeth. I know who you are. I've heard of your exploits, and I will not allow a stranger, let alone another rogue traitor, to speak to me in such a manner and make demands of a subject of his lordship Caligos Winterscale. He takes a breath and continues in a calmer tone. The matter is closed. Let us speak no more of it. That's all I wanted to discuss. I actually thought I would be doing more in the list, but... The Adeptus Arbites is assuming command of this area. I failed to find out what's going on. The arbitrator marches forward relentlessly and halts one step away from the governor, looking down at him. Governor Medine, in the name of the Lex Imperialis, I, Proctor Solomorn Anthar, arrest you on suspicion of involvement in the theft of the shipment of the Imperial tithe. Taking into account the state of emergency on the planet, I will permit you to retain your authority under my direct supervision. From this time forth, you will give the Adeptus Arbites your full cooperation, in particular, by transferring command of the strike groups and other resources to me. Medine, though deathly pale, proudly raises his chin. Arrest me? Transfer my resources? Your demands undermine my efforts to suppress the rebellion. Excuse me, Proctor, but this accusation of stealing the sacred tithe is simply... He stops talking under the arbitrator's oppressive, merciless gaze. Denying guilt only adds to the suspicions against you, Governor. Now let us go over everything one more time. The tithe was stolen from your world. You are culpable for this incident, whether you were personally involved or not. You will provide the resources I have requested without objection, as this measure serves to re-establish control over the planet. Comply, or I will consider your refusal an obstruction of the investigation and take steps accordingly. It seems I have no other option than to obey your will. As a law-abiding servant, I honor the words of the Lex Imperialis. Medine shoots you a quick glance, unless his lordship has anything to say on the matter, that is. I would never think to oppose a servant of the Lex. The governor puts his hands behind his back, either to appear more confident or to hide the tremor in his fingers. In that case, please accommodate yourself, Proctor, but before I give you the access codes, I must... Give a protracted self-exonerating statement? There's no need. All information required of you will be obtained during questioning, without witnesses, be it your personal guard or the rogue traitor. Just you, me, and Galito. The Cybermastiff lets out a heavy growl that sends a shiver down your spine. What's your plan, Proctor? Stop the heretics from taking over the starport and other locations critical to the investigation. At the same time, we will crush the heretics' resistance. Most of them are hiding among the commoners, and a series of concentrated strikes against the residential districts and infirmaries will send them running. That is when we'll finish off the rebel carrion. Blood of the throne, I'll be governing over nothing but ruins and corpses by the time you're done. Have faith in my methods, Governor. I am not going to depopulate your world. After all, it needs to be able to continue paying the tithe. Why do you think the rebels are hiding among civilians? They could have shelters, or, you know what? Do you think the rebels are hiding among civilians? They could have shelters everywhere, or elsewhere. I know this from a few intercepted Vox exchanges and a couple of scumbags we've interrogated, but first and foremost, I know from experience such mutinous rabble always feeds off its families and associates, also who provide a source of recruits to support its ranks. And of course, there is the heretics' contemptible habit of using the local population as a shield. We will need to flush them out of their nests and starve them of resources. Killing innocents is unacceptable, even for the sake of saving a world. The Arbiter's voice rings with steel. Aversion to collateral damage is a weakness that heretics exploit to the fullest. While you stand here pitying and hesitating, the enemy is busy fortifying their positions and replenishing their losses. Stalling, dictated by mercy, only magnifies the damage this world will suffer. I wish you luck in your investigation, Proctor. So I think we've already got what we needed from... Go to Logis Private Archive, result of Logis Abel's data trance. I cannot see the secret design, but I can sense it, shackled in stasis. The mind of the initiated are slumbering in the neural harness of their vows. I am registering an impulse of change. I surmise a potential influence on the stasis of the secret design. There came a time when the spiral was turned into a circle, but the cycle can be discontinued. The revelation granted by the Omnissiah to Logis Abel in the course of his data meditation has been recorded verbatim. Logis Abel is seeking an audience with the Venerable Dar Impulse 6, who may assist in interpreting the revelation. A request has been sent to the Governor's Palace for a shuttle flight to the electrodynamic Cenobium. A message has also been sent to the Furibundus system. The cycle can be discontinued. I recognize the words. The voice from the Vox is soft and pensive, barely audible over the static noise. I believe I know the intended recipient of the message in the Furibundus system. It was me. Omnissiah, grant me the wisdom to fathom this mystery. Alright, so I kind of need to... We'll do, see the... I'm not 100% sure what sort of failed in terms of find out what's going on, but I mean, that's life. So request and response. It says visit Rykad Philia, the prison planetoid, but I don't think I have visited it yet. Oh dear, that's a lot of dialogue. The painfully thin tech priest turns sharply towards you. The sudden movement makes his chromed augmetics briefly clang. His gray eyes, set under furrowed brows, almost bend into the pale skin of his face, and he levels you with a heavy, dour stare. Identification. Unit Logis Quartz Cram, official trade representative of the Explorator Cognizance Fleet. The unit supervises supply routes in the Rykad system, ensures the security of the combat arsenal, performs commercial transactions, and secures mutually beneficial contracts. When the tech priest notices Pascal, his eyes widen. His Vox suit immediately lets out a string of screeching binaric, a tortuously long tirade in which the volume rises and falls seemingly at random. When it is finally over, the Omnissiah's servant bows his head in deference. Good God. Unit Quartz Cram requests permission to transfer information. The rogue trader possesses a supreme degree of power, the potential to influence the current leadership, the ability to restore order in the Rykad system. Skal, what was that? Oh, hello. We've got the Salty Minstrel rating. Oh, sorry, it was D-Pain that was rating. And Salty Minstrel coming in from the raid. Thank you very much, it is D-Pain. How you doing? You've been freed from the ads. Folks, it is D-Pain. Lovely gentleman. What were you playing tonight? I know, obviously, I feel bad saying this because, like, the Pointless Discord podcast is not like the highlight you go. Sorry, no disrespect to the podcast, but like It Is D-Pain is much more than this. But It Is D-Pain is somebody I met through a streamer called Apocalypse. And they very kindly invited me to join their podcast, the Pointless Discords podcast, on numerous occasions. And I know it is D-Pain through a number of things. So a lot of conversations on film and science fiction books, that would be the podcast. But I've seen everything from sort of cooking streams. I was actually very interested in the fact that he was playing Traveler, which is a role-playing game I'm quite interested in tabletop role-playing game that I was quite interested in. And has been doing a lot of sort of co-op or friend games. So there was, I think you were doing RV There Yet at some point. I think Peak was another one. But I think those are older ones in your rotation. I don't know if you've been playing anything in particular. Sorry, just give me a second here to rearrange myself. In any case, wonderful gentleman, always very happy to see him in the channel, and somebody who's quite generous with the raids, because I feel that I receive more raids than give. All right, Pascal, what was that? A detailed complaint. I recommend you consider Unit Quartz Cram's request to transfer information. You're an explorator, aren't you? What are you doing here? Retrieving archived data. Over 70 Terran years ago, the governor of Rykad Minoris authorized representatives of the Explorator Cognizance Fleet made an agreement. Its goal was mutual benefit through cooperation. Unit Logis Quartz Cram is the fleet's appointed trade agent. The unit is responsible for maintenance of the arsenal and the combat machinery. Blessed are the armorers, for there can be no Imperium without them. Blessed are the valiant warriors, for theirs is no end to the darkness without them. The Omnissiah's servants exchange short binaric mantras filled with intimidating solemnity. What is the Cognizance Fleet doing in the Rykad system? The Cognizance Fleet's presence in the Rykad system is negligible. Its research activities in the system have been concluded. A limited presence is maintained for the purposes of logistical support, fulfillment of vows, and to maintain the Omnissiah's creations, spiritual oversight. Do you know anything about the tech priest Abel Hanuman? Unit Quartz Cram has had no previous communications with Unit Abel Hanuman. The memory sector contains other data related to this query. You joined a whole bunch of friends to do an archipelago. So I'm sorry, I don't know what an archipelago... Well, I know what an archipelago is in like the English definition of it, but I'm not familiar with... if it's a game, I'm unfamiliar. Various resources and data storage devices of interest have been extracted by the standing army of Rykad Minoris for preservation purposes. The command center currently hosts a cogitator that was used by Unit Abel Hanuman. Appeal to the cogitator's spirits for further information. Show me your arsenal. I accept the commercial transaction. Profit factor is a measure of your status, wealth, and power as a rogue trader. Its value is determined by your trade connections, income of your holdings, and treasury reserves. The value of your profit factor is displayed on the Reputation tab in the character menu. While traveling, your character will use profit factor for buying items and completing colonial projects. Profit factor is not spent on purchases and transactions. Instead, its level determines your ability to conclude trade transactions. Profit factor can grow or diminish. Its growth is primarily influenced by major trade deals, and its decrease by investments in colonial projects. Equipment, weapons, and other items can be found at vendors of various factions throughout the Coronis Expanse. To trade with them, profit factor and reputation are required. They are not spent on purchases, but their level, one or both at once, affects the range of goods available to you. Reputation is a measure of the rogue trader's relationship with the different factions of the Coronis Expanse. The higher the reputation with a faction, the wider the range of goods available from its representative. To increase your reputation with a particular faction, complete their orders and transfer valuable cargo to their representatives. In short, it takes all the item checks, on a few different games, mixes them up in all the connected games, and we hunt them down to meet the end goals of the games. We say item check. So, sorry, you're not talking about like achievements, are you? All right. So I think we can just do a buy all available. A shield is equipped in one hand but occupies the slot in both weapon sets. Every shield has a chance to block an enemy's attack. If a hit in a burst attack is blocked, all subsequent hits are also blocked. Shield Bash allows the wielder to attack an enemy using the shield. Stalwart defense ability increases the wielder's chance to block attacks of multiple enemies. If such an attack is blocked, the wielder can counterattack the corresponding enemy using their main weapon. Okay. Maybe we don't need to go so crazy with... I don't know when I want to stop trading. Like, I don't know if there's a maximum for... Okay, that won't get me another level, so I think we'll leave it there. Okay, from there, I'm going to change things up a little bit. So I think Abelard can get the shield. The Psychic Body Glove, I imagine... Okay, that works. Analyst's Helmet. When the wearer kills a target with an exploit using a single Deadeye shot. Okay, so we don't have somebody with sniper rifle yet. Who's my next highest fellowship out of curiosity? Don't have a lot going for us there. First aid manual, using any mid-kit costs 1 AP less. I mean, we can put this on. So here's an example. Player 1 is playing Zelda. Player 2 is playing Mega Man. Player 1's bow could be an item check in Player 2's game. So instead of Player 2 beats a boss in Mega Man and getting the ability, it could unlock the bow and send that to Player 1. God, that is confusing. Like, I think I know it, but like, I have no idea why that's a thing. I may just be thick on this, but I'm like, yeah, that is surprising. Permission to transfer information granted. What do you wish to tell me? The tech priest says, sharply and curtly, haphazard and careless decisions on the part of the Rykad Minoris governor have led to unacceptable consequences. Communication with the Adeptus Mechanicus Sanctum has been lost. Troops must be sent to the hallowed electrodynamic cenobium without delay. Restoring communication with the Electro Priests and ensuring the Sanctum's security are our top priorities. You are the head of a rogue trader dynasty. Your position enables you to exert influence. The Tech Priest pauses for a moment, and pressure on the subjects of the Imperium. Unit Quartzcram requests assistance. The actions of Governor Faisal, Raikadi Medne of Coronis must be influenced. Demand that troops be sent to the holy monastery of the Adeptus Mechanicus. I observe that the world's authorities lack diligence in the performance of their duties. This statement is true. United in their denunciations and brimming with righteous criticism, the pair in red exchange knowing nods. I will discuss it with the governor. Unit Quartzcram is grateful. The rogue trader is likely to successfully influence the future actions of the local authorities.
I won't tolerate weakness.
Greetings, your lordship, says the governor in a dismal voice, glancing reflexively at Solomorn. Governor, you didn't steal the tithe ship, did you? Not you too. I swear on the golden throne and the blood of all martyrs, I never even considered committing such an act. Please, your lordship, do not insult me with such suspicions. Tech Priest Quartzcram claims that you have not been doing enough to ensure the safety of the Adeptus Mechanicus monastery. With a heavy sigh, the governor wearily covers his face with his hand. Of course he does. That Tech Priest is very insistent. I ordered a squad to be dispatched to the Holy Cenobium of the Adeptus Mechanicus. They haven't been heard from yet. I'm afraid that is all I can do under the present circumstances. I don't have a single soldier to spare here in the capital. The problem here is every named character now has the potential to open conversation.
A new challenge for me?
Okay, we seem to be reasonably safe though. So yeah, this is the funny thing. Like for all the effort we've put in, I'm actually quite confused about what I'm supposed to be doing.
I'll lay claim to the stars.
Yeah, so I guess we just go back to the starport.
Victory awaits.
I'm assuming the find out what's going on would have been different if maybe I found out what happened to the tithe ship. I kind of feel I'm doing something wrong here, though, because it's weird that it's making me go through like three maps to make progress.
None shall stand in my way.
Live to serve your lordship, sir. Pilot Nemas. The pilot, dressed in a crumpled uniform adorned with the von Valancius coat of arms, still looks quite pale. Her white hands bear red marks left by the wheel. The scream of terror she let out when the missile flew right past your shuttle is etched in your memory. Her voice quivers slightly, but even her fear cannot stop her from using typical Voidsman jargon. That was some flight, your lordship. If we'd been a little less lucky, we'd be checking in at the port in the sky right now. What was that weapon they fired at us? Can't say I know, your lordship, but it was the shots it fires certainly fly quick. I've never seen guns like that before. And they were firing from far away, almost far beyond the bar, the horizon, that is. Who gave those yobs a terrifying contraption like that? Her name, pilot? My bad there, your lordship. Senior pilot Nemas, appointed by the senior deck officer to serve on your personal shuttle. Get me back to my ship. Permission to report, Lord Captain. Over the past few days, I received several messages from different decks complaining about anomalous behaviors in the ship's cogitators and servitors. The machine spirits are restless and rebellious, and no technolitany or ritual of pacification can rid them of this obstinacy. The tech priests can deal with the vessel's systems, but the servitors, they make errors in their tasks, disobey orders, change the assigned rituals, or sometimes downright freeze as if in a trance. A click comes through the Vox channel, followed by a weary sigh. Lord Captain, occurrences of these are caused by errors in cogitator calculations or have some other sensible explanation. I beseech you not to take after those who whisper about the ship being cursed or possessed. Idira joins the channel and chimes in playfully. Oh, don't start, old man. And these peculiar happenings have long since turned into local legends. A door slams shut, a lumen starts flickering. Folk have grown used to all that, so our resident ghost has decided to up the ante. I'm telling you, things are only going to get worse from here. The technomats inspected the servitors and concluded they pose no danger. According to the servants of the Omnissiah, such behavior is caused either by the echoes of minds not completely eliminated or by manifestations of the machine spirit's will. Nevertheless, the faulty servitors make the crew's tasks considerably more difficult, and High Factorum Janris Danrock would like to discuss how he should deal with the defective property. He is awaiting your audience on the bridge. Okay, this is actually a tricky one, because in one sense I would like to head to, not Majoris. Presumably this is Raikadi Philia. Lord Captain, sorry to disturb you. Vigdis pauses as if listening to something. It's pandemonium outside the bridge gate. One of the officers seems to be demanding an audience with you in person. I think I hear Master Wizarian's voice. In any case, I wanted to warn you in advance. The everyday sounds of the bridge are disrupted by voices raised in anger, Abelard's voice the loudest of all. That is not the conduct of an officer. These are the antics of a highborn brat out on a lark. Explain yourself, Lieutenant. Avrilla Vent. Let's see. The young woman standing before Abelard strives with all her might not to quail under the onslaught of her superior's anger. She falters, but then manages to look him in the eye and say, I apologize, sir, but I must speak to the Lord Captain. Very well, Lieutenant. You may address the Lord Captain, not least because I see you have already been fit to disturb him. Your unauthorized appearance on the bridge and display of belligerence towards a higher-ranking officer will be logged in your personal file without delay. Lord Captain, Lieutenant Avrilla Vent, requesting permission to speak. Vent falls silent and then adds rashly, on a matter of extreme importance and urgency. You may speak, but I want to hear a report, not a shouting match. Having two officers bickering in full view of the bridge is unacceptable. I'm very sorry, Lord Captain. I thought that drastic times called for drastic measures, Vent exclaims hotly. This matter cannot wait. Any minute now, an assault unit will be dispatched to the lower decks in orders to crush the workers' strike by any means necessary, but I am convinced that the step is unwarranted, and that the crisis itself was provoked by the actions of one of the senior officers. Vent is almost trembling with tension as she delivers her speech, her face extremely pale. Abelard, in no hurry to intervene, lets out a skeptical huff. He glances at Sauerback, who is standing not that far from him, but she maintains a stony expression. Lord Captain, I urge you to investigate the actions of Seneschal Wissarion, and to intervene in what's happening in the lower decks, because very soon we will have a mutiny or a massacre on our hands. Vent reels off the last words as though she knows them by heart. She has clearly been preparing to say them for some time. When she is finished, she casts an anxious glance at Abelard and then at you. How did all this start? The situation could boil over at any minute, so I'll give you the condensed version. It all began when the enforcers found a cultist amulet on the body of someone who'd been killed in a drunken brawl. We reported it up the chain immediately, arranged for a cleansing rite to be performed, and opened an investigation. No heretics have been found alive, but the search has brought tensions between enforcers and workers to a head. There's an insurrection in the making aboard my ship and no one has informed me? I would not deem it a problem worthy of the rogue trader's attention. The lower decks, as it so happens, are in revolt. 30-some years ago, we even had a revolutionary leader rise up who dared to establish workers' rules across the entire ship. It took a month to restore order, but even 8 years later, we were still battling rumors that the hero had survived his execution and was off on the verge of gathering people to fight against tyranny once more. Abelard scoffs. Needless to say, the rumors were baseless. As for the current situation, we have sufficient enforcers to deal with it. But on this ship, the word of the Lord Captain carries more weight than a salvo from 100 bolters. I'm sure that if the rogue trader addresses the malcontents directly, he will quell the unrest. I dread to think what problem you will disturb the rogue trader with next. Perhaps you will ask the Lord Captain to break up brawls in the mess room. I've already given you the means to resolve this problem. You simply need to use them. If I may, your lordship, sending a hit squad to crush the rebellion is a means of ignoring the problem, not solving it. Where does Seneschal Wissarion come into all of this? I shall explain, Abelard intones grimly. I beg you to hurry. Time is running out. I will not hurry, since my competence is under scrutiny. I shall speak for as long as I see fit. There is an established order to the way things are done on this ship, and one of the pillars of that system is that the rogue trader's attention is not distracted by trivial matters. It is the Seneschal's role to ensure that. I have always handled internal problems myself, so, of course, when I received information about cultists hiding on the lower decks, I took the matter in hand. So long as I live, not one of the vermin who murdered Theodora von Valancius will find refuge on her ship. You were far too heavy-handed, Seneschal Wissarion. Arrests, interrogations, mass punishments for entire sectors. It has driven the people to the brink, Vent says bitterly. Now there is a strike on the lower decks, in Depot 4 to be precise. 3 worker clans are involved, but many more are passively supporting them. The situation could degenerate into an all-out insurrection. But when I reported my concerns, the only response I received was an order to dispatch an assault unit and crush the strike with maximum force. Abelard, what do you have to say on all this? I see no need to add anything. I acted within my remit, the remit of my authority, guided exclusively by the best interests of your protectorate and your personal safety. If you wish to confirm the rectitude of my actions for yourself, I have no objections. For my part, I urge the Lord Captain to go down to the lower decks, stop the assault unit, and speak directly to the people. You will see that they are not lying or harboring heretics. That way you will stop the usurping before it begins. What is Depot 4? Depot 4 is one of the poorest sections on the lower decks. It is home to the clans of general laborers. They are not as valuable to the ship as the families who have served in its specialized systems for generations. They are an easily replaceable resource, and one which is now, more besides, giving succor to cultists and minions of the arch-enemy. Depot 4 is poor and troubled, but at worst it means drunken fights and illegal rotgut brewing. We have handled the workers on Depot 4 in the past. We would have done so again if the crackdown on Depot 4 hadn't been so harsh. And another important point to bear in mind, the problem is not limited to this sector. It is located on one of the most populated lower decks, and everything that happens there has a knock-on effect on all of the neighboring sectors. Master-at-Arms, the ship's enforcers report to you, and yet you seem hesitant to provide your own perspective. Lord Captain, unlike Lieutenant Vent, I respect the chain of command and realize that it is not within my right to challenge my superiors. Sourback bows her head in Abelard's direction. However, a moment later, a serpentine smile appears on her lips. That being said, while I entirely share Master Wizarian's opinion on what fate Depot 4 deserves, I must note that this insubordination is a direct consequence of practices that he himself has introduced. Mistress Sourback, I see you have decided to follow the Lieutenant's example after all. Such behavior does you no credit. Lieutenant Vent, would you say that the Seneschal has singled you out from your peers in any way? Lord Captain, I swear that Seneschal Wizarian has never granted me any privileges, never once advocated for me, nor facilitated my promotions. Although he is a man who convinced me to become an officer in the first place. He has offered me extensive guidance in my service, for which I am grateful to him. And while not all my fellows receive such attention, I know of at least a dozen fine officers whom the Seneschal keeps in his sights to ensure that they continue to strive. To prepare new generations of the dynasty's servants, to instruct them, and to separate those with potential from those who have exhausted it, that is my duty as Seneschal. This ship has bays worth of pilots, enforcers, officers, technicians, and stewards whom I have raised personally. By the throne, the third person standing on this bridge right now was my student at one point. Abelard, do you wish to respond? Mr. Sourbeck, can you recall an occasion where I would encourage an officer to disobey their superior, or one where I would overrule their order, or show favoritism to those who have merited none? None, Seneschal. For there have been no such cases in the entire time I have served aboard the ship. If anyone were to claim otherwise, I would have them pay for insulting your honor with blood. Your conduct in this regard have always been spotless. Nevertheless, given your eminent position, and a simple show of attention on your part is enough to erode the propriety of junior officers, inflate their sense of self-importance, and undermine discipline. That you distinguish some of them and know them by name is tantamount to walking around the officers' deck handing out gifts to officers who have caught your eye. It fills those you set apart with ambition and audacity, makes them stand out among the rest. Enforcers are meant to be faceless servants, fighters ready to die, their fate entrusted to their commander and no one else. That is the sole foundation of order. Sourback, explain yourself. The ship's regulations state that the Master-at-Arms is responsible for solving all matters related to the ship's enforcers, and yet it is no secret that the Seneschal has a tendency to show partiality. Those enforcers and officers whom he has deemed particularly promising are at times given permission to approach him for tutelage. I cannot deny Master Wizarian's experience and insight. The Seneschal has a record of fostering students who have indeed achieved much and demonstrated impeccable performance. However, extending such patronage over the head of their immediate superior encourages disregard for hierarchy among your lordship's servants. Today, an officer goes to the seneschal to report an order from the master-at-arms they happen to disagree with. Tomorrow, they will go to the Lord Captain to object to the seneschal's order. I notice a pattern in these actions. I see. Evidently, my officers are anything but a shining example of utility and adherence today. I have only myself to blame, I suppose. I'm certain the Seneschal was acting within his authority, but I will verify the soundness of his decisions for myself. Throne preserve you, Lord Captain. I thank you for your support. Alright, thank you, it is T-Pain. Abelard grits his teeth slightly. An enterprise bordering on the sophomoric, but please yourself, Lord Captain. However, I categorically insist that I escort you. Lord Captain, I regret that the enforcers were unable to handle the situation, which then led to your and the Seneschal's involvement. I consider it my duty to go to Depot 4 myself and see the expedient resolution of this incident. Alright, I think I'm going to save here and call it a night because we're like 2.5 hours late. As much as I've enjoyed this, this game definitely asks a lot. So, but I don't know. I'd love to know if people would like to see more of this. I will say the amount of reading, as much as I like games that have that, yeah, not even close to 24 hours stream. I do like games with reading. I will say this is one that is definitely pushing me to, I'll say that this is one that's sort of pushing me to my limit. There's definitely been a couple of times where I look at the dialogue tree and I'm just like, oh God, what's going on here? I'll still keep doing it. I mean, it's kind of, I can see it being not an exclusive game, but I can see it being one that I do on a few streams moving forward. But I don't know, if you'd like to see more of this, if you'd like to see less of this, it's good to know. I definitely have noticed in terms of concurrent views, there's a pretty notable difference in terms of some of the games that I play. But I don't want to just rely on that. So as always, if you find this interesting, good to let me know. And if you prefer other things that I've done, also let me know those, because those will ultimately be the things that I play a bit more. As for the rest, I will be back Monday. I don't 100% know what I'm going to be playing yet, but maybe Rogue Trader, maybe something different. But I think I should be back to a regular Monday, Wednesday, and Friday schedule. I believe in August. Which one is it? I'm pretty sure there's a holiday in August that I don't remember. Maybe it's the 3rd. Anyways, so yeah, there should be one day off in August. I will say that the local meetup is not going to be on the 19th on August, but there will be one on the 9th of September. So that'll involve a little bit of a disturbance to the overall schedule. But other than that, we should be good for some more streams. And because I think there will be sort of a longer run of like sort of uninterrupted streams, this is one of the reasons why I'm sounding a little more needy in terms of the just in terms of what things people would like to see. Finally, I do need to find somebody to raid. I noticed that I do notice that Will Shand is still online. I don't know for how much longer, but let's raid him. He's doing his usual games and demos, so I'm not 100% sure what he is currently playing. Oh, actually, he's probably wrapping up. You know what? I'm going to switch it up to go to Kilgore Trout just so you have something to watch. He is playing Anachronox. I've never actually played Anachronox, but it seems like a really interesting game. I think it's one of these Ion Storm either played or published games. It seems to be like it has some RPG elements, but it was made in the original Unreal Engine. Anyway, it's one that I've never seen at great length, but again, it's one that interests me quite a bit. So, and I know he's played it a few times. I think it's the 4th time he's played it. Anyways, Kilgore's definitely a good player of classic games. I'm sure you will enjoy hanging out with him. I don't know. It's been a while since I've seen him do box and movie hype, but that might just be the hour at which I'm doing this stuff. But he does have a large collection of video game boxes as well as movies as well, which he will show off during his breaks. I do notice that he's got a break screen up right now, but I am tired and I have other things I need to do other than streaming. So as much as I enjoyed doing a couple 2.5 hours extra, I gotta move on and do something else. So thank you again, everybody, for hanging out. I will see you on Monday. Until then, take care.